Oh, I did it again. Press the wrong button.
Dash is laughing at you.
One day I'll get this right.
One of those buttons. It should be a big red button just to make sure that that's the only one you press.
I feel like they're missing a feature, which is like scene sets. Like you just press a button and it resets everything to the way you want it. Then you just have like from this to this to this, and it's like done.
If only Hump Yard. I'm calling it Hump Yard. If only StreamYard had everything we need. Yeah, for us it's Hump Yard. It's Hump Yard Day. Hi Simon. Good morning for me. Good evening for you.
Welcome.
As always.
All right. So I've messed up the welcome slides slightly, but
oh,
hey, look, we have a new dash on there.
We have a new icon.
I guess.
Yeah.
Anyway, so let's go. Do some don'ts and get on with this.
Sure. So very important. Be nice, be respectful, be constructive. We are chatting live. We have a live chat. We are managing that if you do bad things, we will take care of that or try to take care of that. Don't post anything if it's adult, rude, or offensive, particularly political these days. Do not advertise or promote anything. You cannot pitch your stuff. However, because we're on the stream, we can pitch our stuff. That's allowed.
Yeah. So just to be clear, if you post a comment with a link, it will not come through to us. So don't do that.
Yeah, that's completely wasted. And even if you're just asking a generic question and you post a question with a link, I never even see that. And so you puzzle, why didn't you pick my question? It's because we never saw it. Truly, we never saw it. Don't spam. Don't post the same thing over and over again. I have this big button that I can press. It is not colored red, but at least it's there that I can make something go away. In particular, if you're asking a question, you go into a queue. But if you ask the same question later, I take you off the beginning of the queue and put you down at the end. So you just lose your place in line. Don't ask the same question twice. If you annotated it as we ask, which is to put Q: in front of your questions, that's your cue, Simon, then we will put it into our queue. So please do that. Yeah, Simon missed his cue. There we go. Hey, he found it. There we go. Yeah, put Q: in the front of your questions. I will notice it. That means it's for us and not just general chit chat. And again, harassment of any kind, we do not tolerate. We will use our big band hammer and you'll be gone. But do have a good time. We're having a good time doing this show. That's why we're back here week after week. And also
definitely
because we enjoy the difference we make. Yeah. Yes, we definitely have a good time doing this. Anyway, I think that gets us through there, Simon.
This is quick brief things here. So, my name is Simon Lightfoot, Flutter community leader, Dev Angel CTO, and you can follow me on Twitter at DevAngelsLondon. I also have a Mastodon account, that's at fluttercommunity.social. And Scott can't be with us today, but Randall, please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Randall. I've been here many times now as the question magician, which is what we just described, that I'm watching the live chat for Q: to put you in the queue. And I'm also a Dart and Flutter Google developer expert coming up on 5 years, I think today or tomorrow. So right around here is my 5th year anniversary, which is really nice. Loving that. It just means that I'm recognized for the fact that I spend way too much of my time on Discord and Slack and Reddit and all the places that you guys can all be asking questions. I pay way too much attention to that. Those consuming valuable billable hours, let's put it that way, but I enjoy doing it. I also have been to every virtual Flutter meetup in the world. So I'm everywhere. I tell you, I'm everywhere. It's a lot
Randall's
of fun,
everywhere,
especially being on this show. Yeah, I am.
Look in one direction, Randall's there. You can't get rid of it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And we also have Danielle. Danielle, welcome to the show.
Hey. I made the slide. Yay!
Yes, you're one of us. One of us.
One of us. What is that from? One of us. What is that from? There's like
it's a classic science fiction idiom. I don't remember what. I bet Bard knows. I could ask Bard while you guys are continuing.
Hang a minute. I just realized what it was. Oh god, now I thought Toy Story. Is it Toy Story when they're like the alien things?
I don't know, but Bard will know.
I think they
I'll
say
ask
one
Bard.
of us. One of us. Yeah, anyway,
I'll ask. Well, but that might be the reference to the older thing too.
That probably is. I'm probably remembering
Yeah.
from a more modern idea, right? Anyway.
Yeah, because it's been reused. That's what I'm saying.
Let's get.
Yep.
All right. Well.
So
Anyway, hi everybody. I'm
Sorry.
Danielle. New to the slide. Had a dash guitar on the announcement, which is progress, and I'm one of the organizers of the Flutteristas, and I love to talk about the Flutteristas. So if you are female or non-binary, or if you want to be an ally, hit me up at some point. We can talk a lot more than is appropriate probably for this part, but I can always do that. And also, I and Flutter Tech Lead, I lead a team of now 3. We actually I lost my intern. His contract is over, so I lead a team of 3 and Flutter developers, and we work on Flutter Web. So we've got a question coming up that I'm actually very happy to see, and we'll deal with that. So,
I have the answer from Bard. The phrase one of us originated in the 1932 film Freaks. In the film, a group of circus performers who are all physically deformed chant the phrase to welcome a new member into their tribe. This phrase is meant to convey a sense of acceptance and belonging, even though the new member is different from the others. Popularized by the Ramones, who used it in one of their songs.
That's enough. That's enough.
Yeah, a TV show, The Simpsons, Big Lebowski. Yes.
Anyway,
it's a meme. It's a meme.
What I got out of that is I knew Randall was somewhat old. I didn't realize he was 1930s.
It seems like it sometimes. Yes. Anyway. Yeah.
How's my mic?
And we have another guest, don't we? Don't we have another guest?
Oh, we have another guest. Yes.
Yeah,
sorry.
We'll get to you eventually.
I made it. I made it on screen, so thank you for that.
Yeah.
How are you? Can you hear me? Yeah, good.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
I hear you. We hear you.
Thank you for having me in such short notice. I have my head has been all over the place, so I really appreciate you just give me time to be here with you. Thank you.
Do you have a slide to share or anything?
I'm actually looking for something cool.
Oh, don't
to
worry.
share.
No, you've got to leave.
So being not a designer, it's not a good idea to say, yeah, I can do it. Yeah, it doesn't work like that. That's why we need designers, right?
That's why there's a job for that role.
Yeah, definitely. So what I can do right now is share you the web app that we have. I don't know if maybe that works right now, and we can share something actually cool later on. Right now, I'm not that good.
Yeah, if you pop a link in the chat, we'll get that out to everyone.
For sure, I will share with you.
Cool.
Just give me 1 second.
In the meantime, do you want to introduce yourself briefly?
Yeah,
For sure. Yeah, it was really important, right? So, hey, hello, you all. I just forgot. Sometimes I think I'm in a call with all you, and I just forgot that I didn't introduce myself. So my name is Argelio Bejarano. I'm from Mexico. I'm a Google developer expert in Flutter and Dart. I have been all over the place. I'm really grateful with this all the community work and everything. It has made me grow like in a ways that I could never believe before, right? I have been a speaker in Latin America mostly, and well, I don't know. It feels like I have been doing this for so many times. It's just 5 years, and it feels like a lot of time with so many things to do, and I really love to do. I mean, I'm working with Flutter since basically it was at the end of the alpha, almost beta. Right now, I'm at work as a staff software engineer at New. I don't know. If you have anything that you would like to ask, please do. And I just noticed that I forgot to add my handle of Twitter. But that's because this is a new computer. I just received it the first time they opened StreamYard, so it happens, right?
I think I can fix it. I have the power.
Great, because if not, I had to go back, right? You want me to share my handle with you?
I had it here 2 seconds ago, and then I closed it. Hang on. No, I got it. I can do it.
Good. Thank you.
We can do the magic. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Woohoo.
Thank you. Yeah, Simon has been teaching me to do stuff since day one. So this is the first time that I know you can do this live.
I do remember us chatting during Alpha, so that was some time ago. I don't know where the 5 years has gone. It feels like a long time, and it feels like a short time sometimes.
Sure, definitely does. I mean, I do remember that because it was one of the more extreme programming that I had done in the past. We basically solved every issue that I have in a call on Zoom. It was 3 a.m. for me, and by 6:30, it was like another app. So I remember dying like it was yesterday. I shared the link with you, Simon.
Yes, I popped that in the chat.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about the event that you're putting on, and then?
Yeah. So you can put it in English if you like. I mean, it's gonna be better for all the non-speakers. So,
Made in Flutter, I see as well.
Yeah. You know.
Hola mundo.
Hola mundo. Yeah. So I'm here. I mean, besides what we do here, help Q&A and everything related to Flutter. But right now, I came here with a specific invite. Right? It's an invite. We'll have our first ever event in Latin America, right? It's an event that is being addressed and worked by the full community. We have people from I'm gonna go from top to bottom, right? So it is not a priority, it's just top to bottom. We have Mexico, we have República Dominicana, Colombia, Guatemala. Actually, I jump in between, but yeah, Guatemala. We have people from Peru, Uruguay. So, I mean, as you say, this is Latin America, right? So with Spanish speakers from Latam, because Brazil they speak Portuguese, so they don't speak Spanish, and we are trying to focus on this. So we will have an event. It's going to be the 25 and 26 October, 25 and 26 this year. It's going to be in Medellin, Colombia, right? So it's a beautiful place. I had the opportunity to visit them like 3 weeks ago to the Google I/O extended they had. It was a really nice place, really cool weather. I mean, at that moment, maybe if we are lucky enough to have you there in October, it might be freezing. I'm not sure. I don't live there, but I can get you information. So I don't know. We have some speakers already. We have Ion tapping in says the speakers. We will have Abdallah Shaban. He works for Amplified. And Diego Velasquez is a must for Latin America, right? We have Jorge Coca. We know is a GDE. Majid. We have Marinez. He's one of Majid is going to be here. He's our number one in there. We have Marinez. Is a software engineer in Mexico. She works and has been doing. It works at Código Facilito, I think is the word, the name of the place he loves. Yeah, Código Facilito, and she's a lead mobile developer and a Flutter developer. And well, Pusha, I think every single one of us knows. She needs no presentation, right? She's solo. She has been here since as long as many of us in here. It's a dev rel for Flutter Flow. She will be actually, I think, a sneak peek into this. She is not going to have I think a session, a presentation is going to be a workshop. So there's a time to change a little bit. We have some sponsors. Actually, we are looking for sponsors. Right now, we have Invertise Bank Colombia, Flutter. We have Flutter Flow, and we have Parser. And we are continuing looking for sponsors, right? We are working exactly in the schedule right now. Our colorful papers closed yesterday. So we are no longer waiting, looking for that. And our tickets are already on sale, right? Well, one thing that is good for us in a way that maybe the flight is not going to be that easy, but the tickets is going to be right now. I think the cost is $100 because well, Latin America is not as expensive as like. I'm really sorry about Majid, right? Because he had to like Oslo is way too much expensive. So we can handle with that amount. It is trying to find the best of the best. We will have more people, right? We have more GDEs. We have Roman Jacques from República Dominicana, and he in there. You're gonna have Daniel Herrera, the GDE from Medellin, Colombia. We will have Gianfranco Papa from Uruguay, so GDE also. We are waiting for confirmation for Mariano. We hope we will have there Mariano. From Argentina. So it's a full community for Latin America all together just to bring this. It's gonna be in 2 languages, Spanish and English, for everyone to join. So I don't know. You have any question? I feel having getting all the topic in here. Yeah, any question for you from the people or yes?
Yeah, I see. I don't know if I've seen any questions coming specifically about that.
There was nothing in the chat so far about this. Just people going thumbs up and hooray and thank you and all that sort of stuff. So that's all good.
Yeah.
So if you want to find more information, it's flutterconflatam.dev.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I'll be there next year. Can't make there this year, and next year maybe my Spanish will be a little more fluent. I'm working every day on it every day.
Yeah, good. So just to wrap up on my end, I mean, to this topic, the idea is to move this event across Latin America, right? So right now we start in Colombia, and that's why our branding is in a way that we can modify it and it's gonna be fix it for any other country in Latam. So. Not sure. Maybe next year is in Mexico. Maybe it could be Dominican Republic. Maybe it could be in Guatemala. Maybe it could be in Uruguay. So we are just working on this, and provide a piece of Latam to the rest of the world.
Maybe it can be all the way down in Fin de Mundo. I've been there. Ushuaia, all the way down to the end of the world. Yes.
All right.
We saw Majid mention there. He teased us on Twitter over here in the States by offering maybe to possibly do Flutter Vikings in the States coming up.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that would be amazing for those of us that are here.
Right. Okay. Cool. Well, should we move on? I think maybe.
Yeah. Do that. So feel free to stick around and answer questions if you want to. If you have time.
Please stay for the first question, because I'm actually answering your answers on the first question.
Yeah.
For sure.
So are we
right?
Let's
get up. Yeah. Why not? Let's get the questions up. Sorry, trying to do too many things at once. Yeah.
Do you want me to read that?
Go for it.
Okay. Would like to hear from you on some aspects of which Flutter Web can still be improved, or what some current downsides are in using it, and which use cases does it excel? I guess, Danielle, that's your question.
It is, but I'm also very interested, in Argyle's approach to it too, since they just did their Flutter Web app for that. But I can jump in real quick. And so basically, I think Flutter Web is pretty functional if you're writing an application. So you have to kind of ask yourself, am I trying to be Wikipedia, or am I trying to be something that's not crawlable on the web, things like that? And if you behave like an app, even if it's just a web, even if it's just a web, usable on the web, like my app is where I work. We only have an app there, but since it behaves like an app that you would install on your phone or you could run on the computer either way, Flutter is an amazing solution for that, because it gives us all the flexibility that we have with Flutter, and really none of the downsides, because we are doing things the way we would do it. Sometimes web in general doesn't have as good a support for some things, like maybe sensors, stuff like that. So that's an area but that's not really Flutter's fault. That's more the web fault, because if the web had it, then we'd have a plugin that does it and life would be good. But yeah, so that would be my big thing is if you want something like Wikipedia that's going to be just, or maybe a storefront even, that you want to make sure is fully indexed and stuff like that, it would be a lot of work to do it in Flutter. I think we're coming up with ways to do that, but it'd be a lot of work. But so my example is bad. Okay.
Well, no, I just want to say that we do have a package that supports web and sensors. So,
okay. Okay. Yeah. So it's a bad example, but I mean, but that's the kind of thing.
Yeah, I know
people
what you
use
mean. Yeah.
Is things like that. Handling files can be a little bit weird with it because the way you kind of get sandboxed on the web. So there's definitely things that are a little bit odd with it, but in general, I've had no problem using it. And like I said, you get to use all the stuff you love with Flutter, and you have So for example, one of the things when you're developing on the web is everything is a hot restart, not a hot it's not a hot reload. And so if you're doing it in Flutter, though, you still can often like I develop on a Mac. I just run it on Mac OS. Since it's Flutter, it works the same way for going through stuff. And I can, so for example, where that would come into play is one of the first things you do on my app is you have to authenticate yourself. Well, on a hot restart, you have to authenticate yourself the first thing, again. Whereas if you have hot reload by running it, for example, on the Mac OS, then you're able to skip that and stay where you want to be in most cases.
So
I will say, just to add to that, though, that yes, it's a hot restart, which means it's rerunning main again, but it is incremental code loading, though. The initial code load takes a while, but then just making quick changes is just patching that portion of your code, and it is quite speedy, except when you have to log in every time. You're supposed to put a backdoor when you do that. Come on.
Well, in fact, there's cases where I do that, but part of my code, part of it needs to have a key that you get when you log in, and so that backdoor. So then you do have to get the credentials, and so either I'm writing something that they can go fake the credentials somehow, which I could do, but then I'm adding a lot of extra stuff, so I don't do that.
You can restore and retrieve your credentials from the browser, though, like in the cookie storage or local storage and things like that, so that you can actually have this. You don't have to relog back in again. There are ways around that.
Right. But we don't want to do that so I'd have to write something that does that because I don't want to do that normally. So now, because of the way it works, it deals with all the personal identifiable information stuff we're dealing with, that's not something that I think I'd be allowed to do. So since I can't do that once again, I'm back in the case of I'd either be writing code to specifically
your specific use case, right? Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
I mean, for most websites to stay logged in, you have a cookie which just stores like your token or whatever, and that's how it.
Yeah. See, we specifically do not stay logged in.
Or you could. No, I'm just. I'm bike shedding it here. I'm bike shedding it. I have a solution for you, but I'll tell you off air.
Okay, let's not solutionize here. Did you want to have anything to add there?
Argel.
I mean, dude, you have always told me Argel. You can continue doing that. It's okay for me. The name is Argel, but I get it. I know what you're talking about to me. So yeah, I mean, the decision for us was also trying to create something for the community, like in being used for as a use case, right? And something easy to say, hey, you're gonna have an event, you wanna have our code, so go for it. We have it, and it's free code, right? And also with the tools and everything that it came, like because the tickets, right? So how can you use the tickets and all that? So the CC, you can have. Obviously, we had to remove everything that we own, right? But there's going to be like the template.
I was going to say I often have seen people's portfolio sites done as Flutter Web because then they can take things they built for a Flutter mobile app, but at least showcase it on their profile.
I have an interesting use case here because to answer this kind of question around SEO, you've always been able to write Dart code and have it run on web, right? It's just Flutter itself that is not practical for this. So you can actually write a standard Dart web app using the web dev command line utility. There's all the documentation out there on the Dart website for that. And you can do your normal website, like your portfolio website, and then just have the new Flutter web iframe stuff for when you want to do Flutter specific. So you can actually have your entire website still written in Dart, still have all that kind of interaction, use whatever CSS framework you want and everything else, and then just rely on the fact that when you go to log in, you then take them over to the Flutter web app, which is like on a different subdomain or something, right? And kind of you could handle it that way as well, which is quite nice. There are actually a couple of packages. Just wanted to just briefly mention this, which was Jasper, which is under development, published 4 hours ago.
Wow,
which is great. This has like sort of a modern syntax style, and it's very similar. If it goes to the Jesper pad, it's very similar to Flutter. So this is just normal Dart code that you compile using run app, but you use DOM component instead using Jasper. And what you get at the end of it is actually, in this case, a H1 tag, right? And, if I load up one of their samples briefly, like weather API here, you can see you can do this nice sort of stuff. I can have London, search, and then, that's what it is in London. Lovely London weather. And and you can see here, it's very familiar, right? That you have state, but instead you have state for widget, you have state for component. So there's these kind of frameworks exist. And for those that are already used to React or some React.js or something like that, again, you can use that in Dart. You do your HTML. Here's your Dart app with components. You can do this, and away you go. You can have all your Dart code replace the JavaScript, right? And still do sort of this component level classes and everything else. There's also officially, like, you can still use it. That's Angular Dart, but it's not going to get any patches for. It's only getting patches when the internal Google team want to make changes. But there's always packages out there. There's not the only ones. There's loads more in Dart that support web. So it's worth looking around. But yeah, I think Flutter Web, when it comes to right now, the current situation it's in is not very compatible for making a fast loading SEO friendly website. Because it wasn't.
I have a proof of concept that has not been tested yet or developed and published that would add arbitrary meta information to any route given your app is going from page to page that looks like it would do it on first paint, so therefore the indexers would see it, all the crawlers would actually get that meta information for that route. Except I haven't had time to repackage it so I can actually publish it and or test it enough to know whether all the crawlers can pick it up yet. So it is at least doing, as a concept, getting that meta stuff right there on the first paint, which is what the crawlers are crawling.
So what you're saying is coming soon, TM, right? Okay.
Yeah, but I've said that for 3 years now on this.
It's still coming soon.
Right. Ever since we had Hummingbird as a project, I've been working on this, and people were complaining about SEO for Hummingbird. So yeah,
we're here for the long run, man. So take your time.
Eventually, I'll finish it. Yes.
All right. Let's jump on to the next question.
Yeah, let's do it.
I do want to say we'll get into some live coding halfway through, and we'll let people ask questions as we go. I think just to kind of use the time better. But anyway.
Yes. So, any insights as to why local auth requires Flutter fragment activity and not Flutter activity breaks the Flutter driver from getting a screenshot? Boy, I have no experience with this whatsoever.
So it's probably because local auth depends on Android. Local auth depends on Android X. Android X depends on having an activity based on Flutter fragment. The real problem here is more about the fact that the Flutter driver stuff should not require Flutter activity. If you go look, Flutter activity and Flutter fragment activity inherit the same class. It's like Flutter host delegate, something like that. And that's what it should be depending on. So it can use either. So I would go fix that and then submit a PR. And then you get it fixed and then fix it for everyone else. There you go. Solution. But there is a standard interface that both adhere to, and it's about compatibility the way Android works. Sadly, there's no way around that. So it's the reason why they both have an interface, so that you don't have this dependency problem. So yeah, you can fix it. But it's just a bug, I would say. All right, moving on.
Not Flutter specific, but how is Bard compared to ChatGPT? Oh, I can answer this. I spent a fair amount of time with ChatGPT when it first came out.
You have a limit. I'm limiting you to 60 seconds. Go.
I just find that Bard is more conversational, and the fact that it can use current data, where ChatGPT is still stuck in 2011. So that's the big differences for me.
But it says regarding code questions specifically.
But I mean, it's going to go to the same direction, right? Because if your information is updated to 2021, you won't have the new changes after that. So
Yeah, you miss a lot of stuff like the Flutter Material 3 stuff and isolate run. It always misses isolate run, apparently, based on the articles I've seen on Medium. So that's, I don't like anything that can't search the current net. So that means I've ruled out ChatGPT, but I do a lot of stuff both with Bing Chat AI seems to be pretty good at coding questions. And I like Bard just because it's a little more conversational. So I use it more for soft things like the query we just had at the top of the show. So I find that to be really useful at that point.
Just briefly on this, I mentioned this before we crack on the next question.
Okay.
I saw an article recently, and I just had to go look it up. It was Stack Overflow is down 14% in traffic since March, and that was beginning of June. That was at June, and because of ChatGPT use, basically. So a lot of people are asking ChatGPT for questions rather than going to Stack Overflow, which is interesting. And there's all this stuff now. Is it the fall of Stack Overflow? Right? Are we going to ever get rid of Stack Overflow because now it's all
I came up with this point. I came up with this point in a forum recently. I forget where I was. I was chatting online. You have to remember that things like ChatGPT and Bard and Bing Chat are all essentially constructing the average of everything they see. So at best, they're an average programmer. Because if you think about the way it's sort of taking the sum and averaging of everything. So they're all average programmers at best.
What?
One
thing I've often said. I'm sorry.
No, please. No, please.
I was going to say one thing I've often said about Stack Overflow is my favorite Stack Overflow answers are the ones that are slightly wrong because they get me in the right direction, but then I actually have to understand it to fix it. And so I know it's not how a lot of people use tools, but I want to walk away understanding it. And also it gives me a little bit of, I think, schadenfreude that someone else looking at it that doesn't want to take the effort doesn't get the answer. It's got a little bit of something like that in there. So okay. I actually think some of these other tools can have a little bit of that too, that as long as you take a little bit of effort to understand the whys of it, you can actually maybe figure out and fix what's wrong with it. So
before we move on, I just want to read a number here. New daily visitors dropped from 1 million a day to 300K per day over the course of days. Wow. That's a lot. Apparently, daily page views dropped from 20 million to 14 million, and number of daily sessions dropped from 9.4 to 6.1. That's a huge decline, right? There's apparently visible decline curve since that's last year here to the beginning of this year, and sort of December through down this year. Mm-hmm. And there's decline in votes, posts, obviously traffic numbers. Won't be bothered doing that, but yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Just adding a little bit into that, hunting of fixes and Stack Overflow now with ChatGPT or Bard or whatever. On a personal matter, I don't use those tools because I have noticed at the beginning that it made me a little bit lazy. I was just copy paste. Is not your friend.
Yeah, it is true. Like you need to understand the what. Like I think I've said this before on the show, and you need to understand why you're doing it the same way, what the problem is. Like that takes you further and you learn more. Honestly, if you just copy paste and you're not learning anything and you don't know why, you're just relying. And what happens is you get down to this curve of relying on it more and more and more, right?
Yeah.
And it's not
exactly. Sometimes even the situation is that, okay, you have a solution, right? And say, well, but I'm gonna copy and paste and it will work, and probably I will never have this situation again. But what it's gonna be sticking to you is, this can be solved in a way, and all because you understand you can extrapolate this to maybe because I did this, I can move to there, I can do. So it communicates, right? It communicates with your other sectors of your brain and create this information to move. If you just copy paste and never process it, but now you have the image center in the div, you won't care much about after that. So that's it. I don't know, maybe it was Danielle. I'm not sure who was the next trying to talk. Sorry.
Oh no, I already talked a little bit, but I mean, just kind of also jumping on that is the fact that people, when they're answering a question on Stack Overflow, often, they often want to try to create an answer that's going to work in kind of all cases, and so, I'm trying to think of examples I would find in Android where like any widget kind of thing would work for it, but they would go find something globally because they don't know what you're in already, and so you find things like that happen where you're doing some things that are maybe not even the best practice just so it'll work that way, but you already had access to it all along. So that, and also whenever I've done a few things, like I taught a boot camp, Flutter boot camp at my alma mater, and when I went out and met them in person, their big questions were, this was like in May, I guess, and their big questions were basically about their future as programmers with all of the AI stuff coming around and stuff like that. And what I can tell you is if you're just copying and pasting, you're replaceable. So you really do need to be someone that understands what's going on and not just copying and pasting. It's a great way. I use it to point me in the right direction, but I at times, and things like Copilot, which is another AI-ish kind of thing. I'll use that same kind of idea of helping guide me in the right direction. But you still have to look it over. You still have to understand what it's doing. You still have to basically make sure that you're happy. And then often, because sometimes it's laughably wrong. Sometimes it's amazingly correct. And then a lot of times it's sneaky, mostly correct. And if you're not careful, you're going to introduce bugs because it's mostly correct and it looks fine. So, anyway.
Yeah, I will say also, you mentioned Copilot, and I was one of the early alpha testers for Copilot.
Let's move on.
I know, but I just wanted to answer the Copilot question. That does seem to be better at code. Yes.
The heavens have opened up here and the monsoon started, so hopefully I stay online. Anyway,
we're also trying to wrap up questions early so that you can spend a lot more time coding, Simon. So maybe we should start talking about cutting people off already. But
no, let's get your questions in now. Basically, get your questions in.
Your call. Get your questions now. Right. How to use Golang library in Flutter? Convert it to Dart? No.
So when it comes to like trying to use Golang, you can compile it to your output to a library, and then you can load that library with Flutter using FFI. So there is actually a talk. Google I/O this year? There was a great talk. I'll pop that in the chat for check out. There's a link there. Obviously, watch that later. And then there's actually a great page on SDK here. They call it C interop, right? Because it's the standard C Lights way of doing interop. But you can replace this with Rust, replace this with Golang, replace with any compiled language. And there's guides and examples on how you make that work with FFI. But in premise, the premise is that you load your library. You tell it to essentially here. Where is it? Work out the path. Dynamic library open, and then you can then look up a function from your dynamic library, and then you can just call that function, and that's it. Simple as that. And then you're interoping, and you can share variables and stuff and pointers and all sorts of fun things. But in generally speaking, you can do that. There's also plenty of examples out there of already people using Golang in mobile applications as well, and with Flutter. So go searching your Googles and you'll find lots of stuff. That's what I said to that one. Should we go to the next one, I guess? Unless anyone's got anything to add?
Not really. Just pointing out the fact of how flexible Flutter is.
Yeah, exactly right.
We have your back. Thoughts on the Dart Frog 1.0 release, which was just today. I wonder, how can I have thoughts about something when I haven't even... It was today. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Dart Frog, great stuff. Oh, Simon, go ahead.
I was going to say, let me bring it up here for people that don't know what it is. Do you want to explain what it is?
Yes, it's a back end. So it's back and written in Dart based on shelf reload, which means it has the ability to mutate itself while it's running, which is really cool. And done by the guys at VGV who do a lot of really wonderful things. So, or is it Invertase? I'm sorry, did I get the wrong?
It's VGV. That's VGV.
Okay, all right. Okay, every once in a while I get those two mixed up because they're both really powerful organizations in our community. So VGV, yeah, VGV does great stuff, and I'm sure there's details in the announcement to tell you how cool it is now. It's been in development for about a year, I think, if I remember right. But it's really good to have. If you want a full stack, that's all of your client machines are running Dart in the form of Flutter, and you also want your backend to also be running Dart, so that you have the same coding strategies and even possibly the same libraries used in both places, like for validations and stuff like that. This would be a great way to do that, and I'm sure it's very flexible and has middleware and pre-rendering and a bunch of other cool things. So
as far as I understand it as well, it's because it's built on top of Shelf. All the Shelf stuff still works with it.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And shelf reload, it actually uses the hot reload part. So that means you can, on the fly, you could be updating modules and not lose a single transaction moment. Pretty cool.
Yeah. I think, well, I last year, at the end of last year, I think I was playing around with Dart Frog a little bit and trying to understand whatever I just to do backend. It feels like another life right now, but I used to do backend most of my time before, and I get back to it. I felt that it was really easy to work, to handle, to work, to escalate the code and everything. The only main concern in there was the ecosystem built around it, that it doesn't belong to one specific, right? I'm not sure if this changes because I haven't looked at it for a while.
There's a lot. I don't know. There's a lot of shelf packages now in the ecosystem, which is what's really good. I think they chose that, to be fair. There's also, just to let people know, there's also Serverpod and other options available, which let you do Dart on the server as well. So not specifically advocating any specific one, but there's plenty out there. So choose whatever package you want and make sure it's right for you. All right.
And for those who argue that the Dart team has completely ignored the back end, they wrote Shelf. Okay, that's the reason all these other things exist. So it's not like Google is ignoring Dart as a back end.
They also do the functions framework package, which lets you run
cloud functions.
Cloud functions on GCP. Yeah. Next.
Oh, good. Right. So, what's the best renderer for release-ready Flutter web app? Canvas Kit or HTML? I'm having some issues with animations in HTML and improper character encoding for Asian languages in Canvas Kit, I'll presume. Okay. Yeah, I guess 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Yeah, I was going to say Canvas Kit, but if you're having issues actually even rendering your characters, that makes it kind of tough. I'd be curious as to what exactly is going on with that, and making sure I make sure you're using the current stuff. And I would probably even take a look at it pulling down one of the beta or even master branch to see if the problem still exists there, because they're making lots of improvements with this as they go along. And so that would be one of the things that would help tip me one way or the other, is if one of them is going to be better coming up, then I might lean toward that. For what we normally do with the Flutter app, I think Canvas Kit's better. But there was one point where I had to switch to HTML just because of there was a Safari bug a couple years ago with scrolling on Canvas Kit, and so I had to switch to the HTML renderer for a while. Can I tell you, I really noticed a difference on my app? No, not really. I went back to Canvas Kit when I could, but
remember rightly, if you remember rightly, you actually deploy this for both, and then it will use Canvas Kit for mobile and like HTML for desktop or whatever it is. Like, it will switch between them. I think if you remember rightly, for what's appropriate for the device it's running on. But yeah, if you're getting a bug with one specific version, as Daniel said, like go use FVM or something else and check out the master branch or the beta branch to see if it's fixed. If it isn't, look at the issue tickets and see if they're working on it. If not, raise the issue ticket, right? They want to fix these things.
And that's actually I'm
so
sorry.
you can also, so just on that point, check your font. Your font may not support these things, right? So go find, like, try using Noto, which is like the standard I work on everything font for multilingual. Noto, that's by Google. And if it's not working on that, then yeah, it's probably a bug with specifically with the Canvas kit language rendering. But equally, yeah, if you're having problems with animations and HTML, that's still a bug that again would want to be resolved. So you see 2 bugs with 2 different renderers. It's going to happen.
And the other thing I want to bring up is like when I had to switch temporarily to HTML from Canvas kit, I learned that by finding the bug. And in the bug, there was a workaround in the description. And so you know, if you can find an existing bug, a lot of times, not always, but a lot of times you can find some sort of a workaround or something that'll give you more of an idea of what's going on, that you can try to find a solution that'll work for you, at least short term.
All right. Let's move on. Next question.
Sure.
Right, go on.
Flutter storage options, and also how to use local database like cPanel is for web for Flutter mobile dev. Lots of nouns in that sentence.
So I'm guessing Dave comes from web development, because that's cPanel, right? It's quite used in that. cPanel is just, all it is an admin panel that lets you access things like PHPMyAdmin or some other sort of thing to access a database that you would use for storing your data for web. So briefly on this point, there's a package called ISA, which actually offers an in-app viewer and a desktop-based viewer to view the data in your mobile app database. So it actually is an all-round good solution for this. Where is it? ISA. This one here. So it's an object store database. I'll pop the link in the chat. They're just working on a pre-release of version 4 right now. I know it's very heavily under development. Simon's awesome. That's not me. There's another Simon that does the package. Yeah, somewhere in here, like Telegram group and everything else, I'm pretty sure. There you go. So inspect.isa.dev, and then you can actually see what's going on and inspect your data from your database on your live Flutter app, which is pretty awesome. And then it supports all your standard CRUD and database watchers, and it's very high performing and blah, 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 blah. Thanks to all these contributors from the community. So, yeah, that's what I would recommend. But there's plenty of other storage options. You can just use SQLite, right? And there's plenty of like stuff and tooling around SQLite. ISA also has an SQLite storage backend now, I think in version 4. But yeah, there's anything else for other people to add? No,
it's just the packages for these are pretty mature. So, yeah.
So cool. To be clear, ISA is actually I'd say the spiritual successor to Hive. Hive was originally one of the very first sort of database, object store database solutions for Flutter. And Simon created that, and then he's moved on to creating ISA as a solution to some of the problems he found with Hive, basically. All right, moving on.
Yes. How would you advise a new developer to learn Flutter? Also, how do I get one of those plushies? I already answered the second part of that question. You got to be in the right place at the right time to get a plushie. That's the only way. You can't order them, request them.
So
you have the right friends.
I think we had like 5 plushies to give away during FlutterCon. And it was like it was done with a quiz that the Flutteristas were running. It's like, so it's not easy. When it comes to learning Flutter, one of our recommendations that we always go to is this. It's the highly subjective roadmap to Flutter development. I'll pop a link in the chat. And there's sort of a roadmap here that you can follow to learning Flutter with a bunch of links to all the different things about each of the different things mentioned above, basically. So this is by a friend of the channel, Alexander Lukashenko. But yeah, I think there's a lot to be said to following something like this. But there's tons of resources online.
I was just going to suggest
before I get off topic, just to name a few. They go to medium.com/flutter-community. I've got to do the advertisement. So go there. That's a great place to get some content from the community. So.
And go to flutter.dev/community, and linked from there is a Slack and a Discord. Both of those have a lot of humans helping you out as a beginning developer in Dart and Flutter. So it's a great thing to do. Also on the Discord, I forget the specific query. Question begin. If you say question mark begin on the Flutter Discord, the one that's listed from flutter.dev/community, you will get a nice long piece that I originally wrote about do this in Dart Dev, and do this in Flutter Dev. And here are links to, like what Simon just said, places to go for further resources. So join the Flutter Discord, type question mark begin, and have at it. Great place to get resources.
Also, the main Flutter website has a huge array of documentation now, doesn't it? Like it's so much better than it ever has been before. I do want to mention that there is also api.dev,
api.dart.dev is what it says.
And I'll get it out of sense. That's the one I think it's the one. Yeah, that gives you the Dart SDK spec, and there's also. If anyone wants to know what's going to come soon in Flutter, you go master-api.flutter that gives you the docs for master channel. There's also the standard api.flutter.dev, and there's two other links that a lot of people not know about, which is api.flutter.dev/javadoc, and that's how you get the plugin documentation for the building your Android plugins, and there's Objective-C doc for the iOS and Mac stuff. So you've got both of those there as well. But there's tons of documentation around.
The thing I would like to add to that is you're coming at a good time, because there's all kinds of content out there. So before I would actually advise you how to learn it, I would want to know a little bit more about you and how do you best learn. Because if you're a visual learner, there's plenty of good YouTube content. If you're a book learner, there's good books. There's also good documentation, good Medium articles, and things we've talked about there. If you're someone that needs to play around with it, I mean, FlutterPad. Every widget you go look at almost has a built-in example right there that you can play around and just change it around and stuff like that. So however you like to consume, okay, there we go. Exactly. Yeah. However you like to consume your stuff best to learn, you can do it. And that's everything that was said are all great ways. If you need a structured course, there's several people that do structured courses that are very good. If you're someone that needs to skip around, you can go find a YouTube video that talks about this specific topic. I mean, it really, in a lot of cases, depends upon on who you are, how best to learn. For me, I like doing stuff. So like if I think back to like the counter app that you start with, I took the counter app and I made it multiply by 3 every time. I made it to where I had a reset button. I made it, all sorts of things I wanted to play with. They have nothing to do with anything, but it let me understand what each part of that app did. Not just, oh, hey, it builds, and if I click the button, it goes up.
There are a huge number of community resources out there. I would caution you only one thing, though, and on top of all this, if you're looking at something that is more than 6 months old in terms of publication, be sure you check with experts before you say, oh, that's the new gospel I have to follow, because it might be too old. So consult an expert if you're looking at anything over 6 months.
I post a link to that page for like information, because there's so much on. That's actually great. I actually didn't know that page existed just now. It links to everything, so go there. That's great stuff. All right, next question.
What's a common issue you've seen with junior developers you might have worked with? Maybe the top 3 or 5 problems regarding Flutter, of course, right? Not just problems with junior developers, because that can lead to a whole can of worms.
So before we move to the next question, I just was letting you to finish it. Also, we do have some content, quite a few, and we are trying to work in the documentation update in Spanish, right? Sometimes the issue, I mean, I would like to, every single one of the people can talk the same language, but we can't. So we have some room for Spanish speakers. So we have the Twitter as Flutter. We have the emotes for a reason that I don't get, it moves faster. In Facebook, we have a 45,000 people in talking for Florida in Spanish on Facebook. It's Florida Dart en español. So you can go there for any question that you may have. If you are a Spanish speaker, maybe you can speak English, but sometimes to get the idea, if it's not your mother tongue, it's not that easy, right? So you can go there, and we will have us, as the Randall says, humans getting back to you, right? So that's it. But yeah.
What happened to the Flutter translators websites? There was a big effort.
Yeah,
did it die? What happened?
It doesn't die, but it's way old. So with this was what happens. I'm trying to summarize, right? We have it, we finish them up, and the same month that we finish them up, Flutter modified everything, right? The Flutter team, and we start asking, hey, we would like to do this again. But it was like a transition time, and it was quite long ago. And we finally this year we get back in touch with all the people in there, and we are about to. The idea is to receive the information, and we will be building again the whole website, but in Spanish, right? But we need the assets, we need the permissions, we need all of that. It gives a little bit.
Is it worth? Yeah? Is it worth? I think kind of maybe is it worth like treating this as like a way maybe having like a language switch on the site and actually PRing it back, because it is just publicly, so it is publicly hosted, it's publicly on GitHub. That kind of sounds like a more practical effort to so that it's maintained going forwards, that when new stuff is added, there can be an alert saying, oh, this is like a GitHub action saying, okay, this is missing the translated stuff. Boom, pop that up in the forum for everyone to go and translate it.
Yeah, and we actually asked for that. Like maybe it could be like over the same website. You just can choose the language. It was some. I wouldn't dare to say what a specification, what a specific issue at the moment. We can ask again for that. But I agree with you. It would be better if we just have only one website, and it could be multiple, and it could be a community effort, as always has been on Flutter, right? We said we are open. We have an army of 45,000. Well, maybe not all of them speak English, but we have a lot of people that can go there and translate in a way that it makes sense for the reader, the Spanish speaker, right? But yeah, so if we can talk about this, Simon, maybe we can have a proposal for them later on for the team. But yeah, definitely, I agree with you 100%.
Just to confirm, we're on the audience. Just let you know, none of us here work for Google. None of us here. We're just
yeah. It's a community effort to communicate with Flutter, with the team. Right. Yeah.
Okay, so what is a common issue you've seen with junior developers who you might have worked with? Has anyone got anything to add? I mean, I would just briefly say that junior developers, they're just less experienced with programming in general. So I think it's not something that's Flutter specific. I mean, any developer just needs to use the technology and the framework more, and then they're going to learn more. So I don't think there's like a particular issue that I could point to and say every junior developer has this problem.
No, but if I were to look at common things, I would say things like relying too much on Stack Overflow and copying things without understanding it. I would say things like not looking at the few lines above and below something to see what's the context of what they're trying to do. And I would also say maybe not paying attention to how this is done in other places in this same code base. So those are things I think that are maybe a little harder to do when you're junior, because you don't necessarily have the ability to quickly digest things. And then the last thing that I see that just annoys the heck out of me when I'm doing code reviews is lack of white space. When I'm looking at stuff with that, it's line. They don't have anything to help me with the context of what's going on. And I guess maybe the final one I would see that not when you're coding like you're with ifs and elses, to like if you have an if, do something, return, the next part doesn't need to be an else, because they're already gone if it's the if. And so you'll see things where it's a total arrow on the code. It doesn't need to be, or you'll see things like, and you'll see things like, if foo equals a, do this. And then I've actually literally seen things like else if foo not equals a, do something instead of just an else. So sometimes maybe that kind of a context is something I see in common. Those would be my top 3 to 5 models.
I'll mention that it's worth for juniors to go look at the lints, the Dart lints list.
Yeah.
It shows bad examples and good examples of various things. They're also, just to be clear, they're just like preferential choices right in there. So you'll get complete 2 different lint checks. One literally conflicts with the other, right? It's complete opposite of the other. So yeah, don't take them as gospel, but you might learn some stuff by looking in there and trying to understand what might go wrong,
Well, and for Flutter, read effective Dart.
Yeah. Effective Dart.
I mean, and just also sometimes, I mean, this is junior, not exactly related to code or many things related to when someone is typing. A lot of people doesn't like to have questions. It's okay to have questions. It's okay to do questions, right? So I mean, it's not as I mentioned, it's not code related, but this is a big issue. One of those 3 things that you ask is, you have questions, drop the question and ask it, and it will be better. It's always going to be better to have a question than don't have it. Yesterday I was with a teammate, and he says, "Hey, I'm really worried because I have a lot of questions about this feature." And like, dude, I feel better that you have it because I have none. I think it's worse not to have none, because your little level of confidence is get higher, and it's a big issue to get in.
As I say, if you're on a team, you're there, you're working as a team, right? So then the day you've got questions, ask your questions, right? Don't feel silly for asking the question. If someone treats you as being silly for answering the question, then you shouldn't be on that team. You just find another company, right?
That's it.
Like you should get respect from all your team members, right?
Yes.
And in the chat, Frey, maybe I'm not sure how to pronounce the E with the accent mark, but is pointing out something too, that one of the things that they'll see is someone will jump on a package that that sort of meets their needs, and then they'll twist themselves into a pretzel trying to make that package work. When if they paid more attention to how things were done, they would either go find a different package, or they would learn enough to go do it on their own in a lot of cases. So I think that's
talking about that. There's a great segue. Hang on, there's a great segue to just to let you guys know about. I'm afraid signups are finished now. We've already done selections, but tomorrow we start. For those that did sign up, you should have got a welcome email and a link to the kickoff meeting tomorrow. And I'll be talking about state management in general, and then we'll have our first session on Saturday. So just for people that know. And just since we have a brief interlude, I'll quickly mention that upcoming is Flutter Friends, flutterfriends.dev. Get 20% off with Flutter community code. That's 3rd to 5th September at Stockholm. Go there, B Square, all that jazz. And then there's also another upcoming event, end of September, 26th to 27th September. That's Flutter Firebase Festival, or F3, and that's in Prague, which is pretty cool. So go check them out as well.
Just 2 points about people that learn, because I've taught a lot of people over the decades. So the 2 things I've seen consistently, one is people coding faster than their brain works. They're cutting and pasting something, but when I ask them, what does this line do? And they say, I don't know. Don't put stuff in your code that you don't know what it does.
Yeah.
That's people typing faster than their brain. That happens a lot, and a lot more than I thought would ever happen, but it does happen. That's the first thing. The other thing is that it's one thing to learn the fundamentals. What does an if statement work like? How does a for loop work? How does for in especially work? Because that's a lot more useful thing than a 3-part for. But never mind. But that's sort of like the words of a language. What you really want to learn are the phrases. How do you put those things together to accomplish various tasks? Like the common idiom of creating an empty list, having a loop that adds an item to the list and then returns the result, I think it's a valid idiom, but it's sort of broken when we have a for loop that can do all that and generate the entire list in one setting. And so learning the various specific phrases for the language you're working in, very, very important. And to address Danielle's point a little earlier, I think not only in lines of code, which I consider the sentences, but also paragraphs of code,
Yeah.
where this chunk of code is doing a particular step in my operation. It doesn't have to be pulled out to a function. It just needs to be white spaced so that I know that these 3 things are like initialization, and these 4 things are some processing, and so on. So I think both in sentences and paragraphs as I'm writing.
Yeah. And also normally you just see like again, I do disagree with code that just has like a comment on every other line. Like
That's
you
so
don't need to
good.
comment every line. It should be self-descriptive, like your variable names and everything else should be pretty much self-descriptive. But I do like to see a comment on every paragraph, right? This code does this, and there's a paragraph like code, like 10 lines of code or something. It's like, okay, that code does that, and I can move on. Like if I'm trying to understand or read some code, I don't have to go through every single line to work out what that paragraph does, right?
Well, and when we talk about the white space a little bit too, the other thing, when you write your code well, in my mind, what you're doing is for the next person that comes along, you're actually letting them know which parts of the code they can ignore, when they're trying to figure out how something's done. Because if you've written right, that the first thing my brain does is, this is, this if, do I care? I don't care. Great. Let me go down to the next part. If it's not part of what I'm trying to look for, I don't even need to look at it. And that's something that you lose when the code becomes very either to one way or the other. Like a blank line after every line does nothing too, just like a comment before every line does nothing.
Yeah.
And we're now probably where we should stop questions. We've got 10 still in the queue, and it's a quarter after on the first hour.
General questions are stopping here. We'll accept questions about the live coding when we're doing the live coding. Right, I'm going to leave you guys with a question just for a second, and then I'll disappear off and come back. Okay, so here's a question for you guys, and I'll be right back.
I'll read the question. With the last Stack Overflow technology report, which Simon brought up, and now he's gone.
Dart, you didn't bring up this part though.
It's okay. Hey, Simon, it's okay. You left right at the most opportune moment, right? But anyway, imagine that, or rewind the tape a little bit. Go look at that again. But with that technology report, Dart developers were ranked regarding average hourly rate and ranked last. Sorry, I totally skipped that over because I don't want to read that. Why do you think it is? I think it's only because I want to just place one thought out here. It's because everybody that's busy didn't answer that survey.
I didn't answer.
So if you're making money, if you're making good bucks, you're not looking at Stack Overflow to answer their friggin' survey.
Definitely, that's an answer. I've been honest. I didn't answer that one. I just thinking about, because it says Dart developers. It's thinking about like a specific Dart as a language. I'm hiring Dart developers or Flutter, because maybe it's me, but I just split those, right? Like it's Flutter dev and Dart dev. You can work with Dart being Flutter dev, but if you know only Dart, you cannot code that easy to do front end. So for me, it's like a different story, Flutter and Dart. I haven't seen that Overflow technology report from Stack Overflow report, but again, it's not a full set. It's not like any number of million of the software developers are gonna stop their day to answer a really long survey, because I have answered that once in the past, and it was the only time that I did. It's long. It's too much long. So
in other words, the survey is worthless, basically, because the people who are doing the actual work probably didn't answer. The people that are looking for Dart jobs are probably answering it, right, and have a mediocre Dart job. That's probably fine, but that does skew it a little bit. I wouldn't worry about it. Just go out, be wonderful, and you'll get paid. That's how it works.
But I do agree that I would not. I don't self-identify as a Dart programmer. Really, I self-identify as a Flutter programmer. I use Dart, and so if that were the only choice, of course, that's what I would do. But that would also help contribute to my not answering it, because, like I said, I more self-identify as a Flutter programmer.
Yeah, and in my situation, I just had to cancel 2 calls just to join this one, so I don't have enough time to go there, and it doesn't provide any feedback to me, right? If I'm gonna do something in Stack Overflow, it's gonna help someone, and that's it.
Cool. And let's go ahead and go to the next question here, that we can get through the rest of these. By Frey again, right? Is it possible to use Shelf Dartfrog in a desktop app and have the UI and web server within the same application, maybe with separate isolates? That's an interesting theory. What do you think, Ariel?
I mean, I mean, what I'm seeing is so the way you see the backend is always going to be agnostic, right? For Flutter, the way you're working for Flutter, UI, web, desktop, whatever you're going to look like, IoT, they shouldn't care. This is a communication with the backend. As soon as you light up or turn on or whatever you're going to call it, your server is up, working, and you're going to say, okay, this is the name of the endpoint, and I'm going to ask you for this, and you send me back a JSON or whatever form of communications that you would like to have. That's it, right? I mean, I don't find why it couldn't be possible. I mean, even if you're executing two things to like backend and mobile, remember, Dart is one thread. It's only one thread, so the app is one thread. So it's gonna be one isolate always. Will be one. It has different way to manage the cycle of the future and the micro tasks and whatever. That's another story, but it's going to be only one thread. So as soon as you have another main, it will be another thread. So yeah, It's possible. I don't know. I don't know what's the question.
My first thought was, what a silly question. And then the more I think about it, I definitely could see I could definitely see a use case for this if you wanted to be able to have someone either connect to a server out somewhere or run it completely self-contained locally for your app. And if that's the case, this would be a use, because otherwise I'm thinking, well, why would you want to have all the WebSockety kind of ways to communicate when, instead you could be doing, just use Block or something like that if you really wanted to separate out like that. And so, but I'm thinking that actually might be a case where you might want to have the ability to, like I said, have a server or run locally. So
yeah. I would think that there would be too much collision on the global namespace to be terribly useful. I think this would probably be better if you had the options Danielle was talking about, where sometimes you're running on a remote server, but sometimes running it locally. I would run it locally under Docker as a separate instance, even though your desktop is talking directly to that local instance. Rather than having it be one big monolithic app with the same global namespace, just separated by isolates. I think that's going to run into trouble.
So is this Frey or is it Frey? Frey? Sorry.
Frey. We think.
Frey? Okay.
That's what
there's lots of, and I was going to say, there's actually lots of apps that already do this. This is quite a common practice to do, right? On desktop, especially for web applications. What's happened?
Really? Yeah. No, I'm going. Oh, I'm pondering your answer.
So the idea is, if you've got, let's say you've got a desktop application built with web, it will have desktop windows. Each window is a browser, and then it will be running something in the background that they can both use. And this way, you kind of get shared state between multiple windows, multiple Chrome tabs, essentially. And that's done on the standard practice, because web it's on HTTP on the local host. And it also means if you close something, it goes down to like your system tray, your top bar or whatever, like it has an icon. That stays running as a separate process, which is the server. And then when you click on it, it starts up the front end. The way Linux applications and a lot of other applications deal with this is they restart the application. So what I mean by that is they actually go, what is my platform executable? Let's say it's blah.exe. They'd start blah.exe, but with an argument called server. And when they start with server, it spins up a separate process that runs the server component. And if you just run blah.exe normally, it runs the sort of window process. And then both check a shared... so on Windows, there's like different namespaces for this, where you can share data between processes. But you can see, is there a file on disk with a port number in it? If so, then connect to that port. And yeah, you just connect to a local host ephemeral port, and away you go. It's quite common.
That's why I'm saying the question was, it is possible. Like, yeah, it is possible. It doesn't have any any issues to having that. I mean, workload, how you split that's the different story, but possible, definitely it is. As you mentioned, it's even not possible, it's common to use it like that. So
I'd honestly ask why. So the reason why you do this on other languages is to solve the problem of the language itself. Like, as I said, like with web on desktop and CSS HTML, you need to like do it this way because the way it's built. If you're talking about like Flutter, well, you can just build a Flutter desktop app. There's literally no need for the web server. You've got everything in all one process. You can just make your code do whatever you need to do. So there's literally no need for an API. However, you could make your application. This is very similar to an IDE. An IDE has a language server, which normally does all like the syntax stuff and everything else. And what you see in front of you, the interface, is normally separate. And they separate those two big components, and there's a connection, a channel that connects the two. So there's ways that you can make your application where the front end is separate from the back end, but still be locally on the machine. And you don't have to use HTTP for that communication. When you're running locally on the machine, you just have access to all standard WebSockets, shared memory. There's lots of what's called IPC, inter-process communication, and there's tons of ways of doing that. Like that, most operating systems have messaging infrastructure around that you can just use. So yeah, at the end of the day you can just do it as an application and move on. Anyway, that's enough talking about that, right?
Yeah.
Beat it to death. Right. Next question.
Firebase auth exception, too many attempts, verifies that the username is correct. I think he fixed that to be incorrect or whatever. If you use a non-valid username, that exceptions never occurs. How to handle this against hackers?
Huh?
I think he had a sentence just after that he says he fixed it. Just a second. Let me find out what that was. That exception never occurs.
So the idea that you can figure out which are actual valid usernames by, if you hit it comes back with a different error if it's valid, if it exists or not. I think that's what I think he's saying.
Right. You can. So first of all, you do get too many attempts. I've seen that, and it will throw an exception. So I'm actually going to go look. I actually have a table of these that I made. If I can find it here briefly. Oh, good. 2022. This might be slightly out of date. Quick look. See if I can present this. And there you go. So this was a table I made back in before we even got Flutterfire. So this was a long time ago, and this was around what the error code is, what the iOS error code is, what it is on Android, and like the name, and then the meaning of it, and then followed by what we should display to the user. And there's definitely too many requests. There you go, error, too many requests. It's definitely in there, and it's definitely thrown, and your device is being blocked. I'm guessing that if the application, this might be something where the Flutter client library, because it's authorized with a key, perhaps there's less of a what's the word? It's less prejudicious against like just some sort of web connection that is shipped as part of your app, so you have control over it. But I've definitely seen it before. Pass. Report it as an issue, and see if you can get some feedback on it. You obviously need a way of a little test example, but pop in a ticket and you'll get some feedback on that, right? Anything from anyone else?
He follows up. If you can still trust your documents since it was so long ago. And we talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
Should you tell the user that?
Oh, well, there's too many. Is that what the problem is?
Yeah.
Well, I with all authentication errors, it's up to you how you want to handle, like how cautious you want to be in talking to the user about those things. But frankly, you could just say, "Sorry, can't log you in at this time," and just leave it as a generic error message.
Yeah, because I mean, even in having a practice since quite a few times now. Before I remember, even they told you, oh, there is an error in the name, right? I was a long time ago, but now they don't even tell you anything. Like
It used
it's
to
an
be,
error, right?
There used to be common practice for things like saying things like error, like you have an error with your email or password. So it used to be like error with email, and if you got the email right, you're like, oh, that person's part of this service, and then you go, okay, well, what is the part? Like,
Yeah.
what is their password? Like, you could kind of like do that, or then it became, oh, this is an error with the email password, and then it's also like what I guess attacked also is the forgot password stuff, right? So they fill out an email address and if it says successfully sent, then you're like, oh, that person's got an account on this service, right? But information leakage is something you're going to have no matter what, and I think it's about how you handle it.
At least we're a long ways away from the early Perl CGI days, where the default when you had a database error was to dump the entire error to the HTML. So you could see what the column names were, what the error message was from the SQL server, every single. But there's that. I'm not just going to blame Perl on this because this was like very common.
Oh yeah,
in the early
PHP, very common. Yeah,
PHP, big Java. They had the exception throw out to the browser. People didn't understand security.
Oh yeah, I just remembered ASP.NET as well. ASP,
Yeah.
sorry, it was ASP.
Yeah.
It was Visual Basic. It had the same problem as well. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, like, the world was different back then. The world was different. All right.
The world was marvelous back then. What is the Flutter state on playing DRM protected content? Probably can't.
Well, I mean, you can, but you're going to have to like plug into whatever your library is that you're doing this with. So it really depends on the platform. It's nothing to do with Flutter, right? It's down to the platform you're running on. So you can go use a DRM playback on what was it? Exo Player on Android, and the output will be you can show that in a window on top. There's a bunch of ways of dealing with it. No matter what you do, DRM's just a pain, but you can do it. You can play it back. So there's it all depends on, again, what level of DRM, what you're using, what DRM libraries like Wildvine and so on. They will have their own different mechanisms of displaying stuff, but essentially you're going to have to do native code, right?
Yeah.
For your particular use case.
It probably depends on the level of an API that the OS gives you for playing some DRM content, that you might have it as a black box where Flutter can definitely talk to it and tell it, go play this thing. But unless that interface is there, Flutter can't somehow decode the DRM and show it arbitrarily. That's probably never going to happen.
Flutter won't itself do DRM. It's nothing to do with Flutter, right? It's to do with the platform directly.
Yeah,
but you can use all the Flutter provides you the platform interface to be able to do that, right? To start playback, stop playback, get the image. Like, you can allocate a texture and have it rendered to that and return back if the DRM provider allows that. If it doesn't, normally they're still allowed because the external textures are just set to can't be captured. They're going to be written to, and they can only be displayed. There's like different ways around that. But normally it should still be pushed through because the end result is not is displayed in the GPU by the GPU in the GPU's context. Whereas if you try and capture, that is like capture a frame buffer using the GPU stuff, it will get a black square for the DRM content rather than actually showing it. So it will only output the DRM content to the screen, not to any capture device.
We've only got 6 questions left. We're losing both of our guests right about now. So bye all.
Guest?
Sorry, and co-host. Yes, sorry. One of us.
Me as a guest, I have to drop right now. As always, it has been a pleasure to share the stage with you folks.
Anytime.
Thank you for that. And well, I know we won't have you in there. I know you have an event around the same dates that we have the Flutter Cup Latam, right? So it just, life is like that. We'll find time to meet each other. So I have been lucky enough to meet Daniel in the past, right, in January. And yeah, just a reminder, we are waiting for you. We're looking. If you are going to be in Latin America, please spend a couple of days with us. Bye.
All right,
I'll
I'll
see
see
you later.
Thanks.
My hour and a half's
Yeah.
up.
Bye.
Just the two
Oh.
of us. We're answering questions as we go. Just the two of us.
Yeah.
You and I. Okay, next.
Right.
Next.
Next question, I guess. Right, where were we?
Where can I contribute to those translations? Just as our hell leaves. But yeah, what's that site for that?
So no, we were just saying that that there is no official translations right now, but we want to start. I think so. There was quite some time ago. This was quite a few years back now, maybe 2.5 years ago now. Just before COVID. So that tells you. No, maybe it's longer than that. Now 3. I don't know. A while ago, there was an effort to convert all of the Flutter.dev website and documentation to Spanish. And they did that, and then the site changed and it got updated, and they haven't updated it yet. But obviously, new content keeps coming out, and you need a whole team of people to translate that. So I think the key here is to align the community and Flutter, first of all, so that problem doesn't happen again, the Flutter team, but also to then maybe have a pool of people willing to do translations and do that result, and in which case there'll be announcements, and we'll do an announcement here as well. So hopefully, keep coming back, and you'll hear it when it comes out, and we'll let you know.
We'll be right on top of it or near it somehow. What are the benefits of using web views as opposed to what? Not using them.
As opposed to not using them.
You don't get to see the web.
I think I think I can answer the question that was wanted to be asked here, which was, what are the benefits of making like a hybrid app where you do your stuff in web views versus doing the entire app in native? Is that what you're trying to get at? Maybe. Okay. I'm going to ask you to post again, and maybe we can answer it, because I don't want to be answering the wrong question. So we'll move on. Let's submit a post again. Right. All right. Moving on.
Yes.
What's code push?
Wow. Well, that's
when you push code.
Cool. Yeah. So, in many other frameworks, you're allowed to publish your app to the stores. People download them, but then you have, oh, wait, we've got a new feature, or no, we have a bug fix. And rather than releasing the whole app, requiring everybody to download new versions of the app and whatever time they take to do that, whether it's automatic or sometimes typically manual for most people, rather than waiting for all that, it just simply sort of pours a little bit of new stuff inside the middle of it somewhere. And traditionally, this has not been available for Flutter-based apps coming from Google headquarters. But a very brilliant team of people right now, Eric, who had been on the Flutter team for many years, Eric Seidel, right? And a couple of other people, one from, smart people, smarter people than me, are working on a solution to do this for Flutter. They're up against some restrictions, but they are seeming. Shorebird is the name of the project. That's what I was trying to remember.
Yeah.
And Shorebird, go check it out. And there's the URL there. Thank you, Simon, for putting that in there. But check that out, and it will allow basically incremental changes within a range. There's some things they won't be able to change in a code push, but surprisingly a lot more than was originally believed. There is some expense of new code not being AOT compiled, but it's at least you can change some nature of your app. Whether or not the stores will approve this in a blanket way or on a case-by-case basis, or maybe forbid it, is still left undetermined.
So from what I understand, from what I've been told, it's if it's not native code, it's allowed to be pushed. That's why JavaScript can be changed in like a web-based product. So because Dart cannot compile to machine code, when you do it that way, or with Shorebird's mechanism, then therefore you can push it. But it does mean that this is the limitation, is that if you have, let's say you add a plugin that requires Android iOS code to be added, suddenly you can't code push that, right? You have to do a full deployment because that code has to be compiled. So, mix and match.
It also means
there was just something on this is equal to what's code push then, which I thought was quite funny. Sorry, code pull. Sorry, which is obviously the reverse, which is where you go and request from the server, have you got new data, and then you fetch it. So that's pulling. I think to Git, right? Whereas code push is like the server's pushing it out like a push notification. You get notified, here's some new data, and then you go fetch it. So that's what I'd say would be the difference. But yeah, obviously it's just call it whatever you want. It's just a name.
And I'm not privy to the financial model in this yet. Right now, though, it's all free and open source. So you can today experiment with code push with the current Shorebird 0.11 release or whatever. They're coming out with releases like every 2 days. And it's all free, including you can have something change right on your phone while you're typing it on your laptop. It's that fast, and going all the way to the store and everything.
I mean, here's the thing. They don't allow it. So they don't allow push C++ compiled dynamic numbers. However, to be honest, like an application could go download one, store it in its local, and then load it, right? The point is, it's against the regulations and rules of the App Store. So if you get found out for doing that, you will be banned. Your account might be banned, everything else. So is it worth it? So, I mean, it's probably not. And, so anyway.
So long range, we don't know yet whether this is going to be a continuing viable solution, but it does look fascinating and promising at the moment. So please investigate, share with your friends. But again, be wary if you're trying to build a business model around this. Probably might not be good until things are much more proven. So yes.
Right. Next.
All right. Is it possible to make a large canvas through an interactive viewer where there will be several custom painters in the center? Are they duking it out? Are they spraying each other? The main point is to place several custom painters at different points. What do you think, Simon?
I mean, it's all possible. So, is it possible to make a large canvas through interactive viewer where there will be several custom painters in the center? And the main point is to place several custom painters at different points. I mean, you could just do one custom painter and then you just pass the coordinates of what the viewing area is, the rectangle you get from interactive viewer, to your custom painter, and they can just paint whatever it wants to in that area. You can make your life more complicated by having multiple custom painters. I mean, the point here is that when you get that build take place from interactive viewer, it's got a builder method. You need to see, are my views intersecting this rectangle? There's actually, you get the rectangle from here, rectangle from there. And there's literally a condition which is intersects. I think is it if intersects or on a rectangle
for rectangle objects, yes,
something like that. And it would literally intersects rect or something like that, and you get back a true or false. And if it does, then you should put it on the screen at the right place and paint it, right? Otherwise, don't add it to your layout. And that will give you an optimized thing. So this way, if you had like things at vastly different points and you're in the interactive and you zoomed in on one, then the other one is not being added to the layout, not being painted, because obviously you're never going to be seen. So it's kind of pointless. But yeah, I would say with recent changes coming up in the framework for around scrolling and so on, it's probably worth holding off on any sort of massive involvement in this. Yeah, new things are coming. That's what I'd say.
Yes, 2D scrolling, wonderful, good stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll have more to announce on that when it comes out.
Yep. Next question: is ServerPod currently the best? Don't say the word best ever.
There's no best choice. Just go pick one, try it out, see if you like it. There you go. Move on.
Yep, that's fast. Yeah, that's right. Last one, I think. Right. You can place final keyword before a STF. I have no idea. Oh, stateless or stateful widget. Does that make any difference? Final, yes. Where would you put the final?
No. Before the class word now. So you can see final class this.
Oh, final class.
It's just making it a final class, which basically means you can't extend it. So if you wanted to override that or extend your classes, you can do that. That's what it does. There you go.
Yeah.
That's it.
And it doesn't make any sense for a custom widget. I mean, a typical widget in your application, because you're never really extending your own widgets like that. You're basically extending those from things like stateful and stateless. So
I mean, you can, but literally it would have like you're just adding extra keyword. Like I don't think it has any practical benefit. I'll be honest with you, I hate the final keyword on classes. Nothing to do with Dart, just in Java and every other language, because it limits the scope of what you can do with code, especially from libraries and frameworks. There's so many libraries that add final to things. And as soon as you want to abstract it, so you want to do something out of the normal use case of that framework, suddenly, or library or whatever, suddenly you can't do it, right? So you end up having to copy paste code or do something else or do it yourself. And it's just a massive, yeah. So that's one reason why I hate it. But yeah, in general, I'd say do it if you want to do it, right? Anyway, right. Sorry, there was
this follow up to it, which is composition over inheritance. Yeah, final doesn't make sense because you're not ever really inheriting from your custom widgets that you're building to build your app. It's true.
Oh, and Mytha came back with hybrid app that combines normal native widgets and other sections with a web view, all the same app. I've done this. I've built apps like this, and if your app, it makes sense for your app, do it, right? That's why web view is there. But the original question was, what would you rather prefer? I can't remember now. Hang on, let me see if I can find it. I lost it. Sorry. What are the benefits of using web views and not using them? Well, the benefits are you don't have a whole new subsystem and layer to load and everything else. Web views are very heavy. Like they're not like just imagine this on your app loading a browser. You know how heavy your browser and your desktop, you have multiple tabs open. Now think about how heavy it is in a mobile experience. A lot has to be done to make web views work on mobile, full stop. And they're very heavy. And then to have them work like in your app for every screen is just that just defeats the purpose. There's plenty of for everything that a web view can do, it runs native code itself, it builds stuff natively, so you can do that in your app normally. You don't have to use a web view. It just depends on if your current, let's say your current project provider API returns content that is web-based and you need to display it, then you would use a web view. That's the limitation that you have, in the hope that you replace the web views in the future with a native experience because it'll be better for the user. There's not loading, there's less loading, there's less overhead, better battery life, etc., etc.
Also keep in mind that if you're just trying to display some HTML that you picked up from an API, because that happens sometimes, like you've got a particular weather service you use that comes back and gives you embeddable HTML for your website, and you want to use it in your app, in your mobile app, there are packages that will interpret and parse HTML and turn it into widgets, meaning that you're building it natively. So this would be probably what you're also looking for. If you're not looking for things like single sign-on problems, because that typically everybody needs a web view for that. That's probably the number one cause of needing web views. But if you're not doing single sign-on, almost anything else you're doing with HTML is probably just trying to be a visual representation, and you can do that with the HTML package that does that.
Oh, my gist, which is right here, linked in the chat. So I made this static HTML widget parser. This is from 2019. Probably this is pre-null safety, so take it where you want it, right? But this is kind of like interesting. It actually does a future loading the HTML here, which actually returns a widget. So it actually builds the widgets off the main thread. So I think this one does an isolate. I think I had one that didn't isolate. I don't know if this one does this, but anyway, so this actually is a small little parsing engine in here that I did. Where is it? On link tapped, does some link handling. Scroll to anchor, which is in there as well. Parse HTML. Here you go. So we pass the document, and then we do this widget tree visitor, which actually passes the document. And here's the visitor. It's a DOM parsing visitor. Visits the DOM, and this builds up text spans and does all like the parsing of like headers. The tables. It deals tables as well, which is really nice. Does a bunch of widgets. Actually uses the table widget and stuff to do it all. And finally, it does like all the nice syntax and some basic stuff. Anyway, finally, visit texts.
Yes.
What we end up with, hang on, where is it? I missed it. Well, anyway, there's a bunch of stuff in here. There's 420 lines. It's not a big package. But what you actually end up with is a column with a list of widgets in, mainly text widgets of all the content. So this supports unordered lists, ordered lists, list items, headers, fonts, styles, alignments. But yeah, it would be pretty easy to like add more headers, strong, bold, italic, paragraph.
In the chat, in the public chat, I put the link to a package that does exactly what you were just about to say, which you can expand this. It's already done. It's in a package.
I'm going to caveat that with maybe you shouldn't.
Right.
Every package, I mean, I'm going to go take a look now. I don't know if this is one of the packages I looked at. The reason why I didn't use one of the packages was they had many issues with the way that it worked.
It's true. This is opening for security holes. It is dangerous.
You want to be careful with these things. I'm not even sure which. That guy doesn't actually. Does he actually link to the library? Sorry, I'm just taking a quick. Should I share my screen? Yeah. Let's explore it together. I just went to the repo, but I'm like, okay, demo packages. Okay, so you've got core. So we're gonna look at core. Lib. Some of these, the ones I looked at were this looks like it's nicely organized, but the ones I looked at before were just atrocious in the way that they actually did some of the parsing and everything else.
This one's at least long. It's longer than your gist.
So, I mean, this is it. Like, this is another thing. Like, do you really need so heavy? Like, I don't know. Sometimes I look at things and go, does it really need to be that big? I saw some that would just pass the HTML on the UI thread during build, and I was like, "What are you doing?" I don't look. Why is the future down here? Okay, anyway, future. So at least he's using a future then, and he's returning a widget. I think it's returning a widget. Widget 0. I have no idea. Future build async. Oh, so if it doesn't build async, it's null. Okay.
Yeah, there were 3 or 4 in there, but that was
a widget. This doesn't actually seem that bad, to be fair, and looks like he's been doing lots of optimizations and everything else. But yeah, I definitely found lots of those that weren't very good, and that's why I made the package at the time. That was 2019, so things have come a long way.
So if your only reason for wanting a web view is to display some HTML from an API, there are ways to do that. But if you're doing something like interaction that's also loading JavaScript and stuff, yeah, you're probably going to need a web view just to simplify matters. And plus, a web view is also going to be sandboxed, so it's not going to be able to hurt anything else in your app except through the JavaScript neural pipe that goes in and out. So yeah. Cool stuff.
So someone did ask, how can they participate in Google Summer of Code 2024? I have no idea. I actually am on a group, but I've completely forgotten. I don't know if they're all pre-selected. So
no idea.
Come back next week and ask, and we'll see what we can do.
And we'll do this again.
Yeah, we do this every week. Yeah.
I think we're done. We're wrapped. It's time to now start doing your live coding.
Yeah, let's do that.
Leave.
So don't leave. Stay around. We're not finishing just yet. So I figured people would like to know what. So for our let's see if I can get this the same way as we had it before. There we go, and get rid of that title. There you go. So for those that don't know, Flutter London, GDG London, and myself have all been sort of organising a Flutter Dev Camp for state management. And when we went about organising it, we decided that what we needed was an application that we could give to people and be like, here, we want you to work with this and add state management to it, or work with state management. The problem here, of course, is, well, what do you give them, right? And there's just no, I'm thinking about it, there was just no big, good sort of open source Flutter Dart applications that I thought we could be a good sort of starting point example. So I figured I'd document the creation of the of everything on the package, anything on the app before the event. So the event starts tomorrow. This is not everything. This is not everything, but we started some stuff, and I think it's a good starting point. And I do want to finish this. The idea here is we bought a design, and it's called Shop Wow, and yeah, I do. You know, it's basically an e-commerce app, right? So you have like your homepage with your products, details, reviews, and wish list, along with your shopping cart and things. So I think so when we got to this last time, so this is what we built so far, and as we got a splash screen. It's not obviously, you can't see that there. We've got a little carousel. We've got this top selling items with the ability to favorite items across the application. I started on a category page with selection at the top here, and we don't have a shopping cart. We have our wish list page. So if I go tick some of these, they pop up in the wish list screen, and then we can tick them in here and choose to remove them.
We should explain that, yes, we were working on this project last week in this show, but we've also done a couple of other live streams since then and have taken this project further. Those are available on the Flutter community YouTube, so you can watch shows if you want. Go watch them right now. Pause this show and go watch those.
No, you have to contribute live, right?
Yeah, right. But still ask questions live while you're watching the other show. That'll be great. Sure.
So there was actually there's some nice things in here we did with some things, but we still have 2 blank pages, and we don't have a details page. So there's still quite a bit to be done to really get this to a nice place. We're not going to have the full order flow in there, I don't think. Not at least for tomorrow. There's just too much here, right? However, I think we've done some pretty good work. So I want to cover this. So something that I started and I carried on with because it irked me a little bit, which was these expanding tiles. So someone was asking about how to do these expanding tiles. I have David in my head, but it may be a different name. So I've actually got this in here as a sliver expansion tile, and it's something I put together just for this. And I think actually it should be a package. I'll probably make it a package, but the general gist is you have this let me just see if I can show you it being used in the page. This is how we use it in the page. So we have a slivers expansion tile host that holds the state, around your custom scroll view with your headers and content. You can have multiple bits of content. The content can be whatever you want. In this case, a header is a sliver expansion tile header, which is very simply a widget that monitors the inherited widget for the section, and then will rebuild and allow you to toggle the expansion of the header, which is what we have here. And then we have this tile chevron, which also changes its icon based on that. We can have it spin or do something funny, something fancy like that. And then the content
also, again. Just as a design goal, in case people haven't seen the previous 3 shows now about this, is that it doesn't use any third-party state management at all. It's basically using only core structures, because part of this workshop is about how to use the other state managers and what advantages that has and what differences it has. So that's why this has no state management other than the core built in.
You said give me a link. You have the link. You're on the channel. Just go to the live tab on the YouTube channel, and you'll find all the other videos. They're all there. And I'll put a playlist together afterwards, right? But we still got this. This is still going to continue throughout the month, and we'll see where we can get to. But okay, so just to be clear, the idea behind all this whole sliver expansion was to keep all the content in slivers. This means that because this grid here is in the same scrolling content as the expansion items, that's why we return back slivers here, all the way down. If this has 30 items in it, rebuild, each one of these items being recycled nicely when it scrolls past the screen. And we haven't had to put 30, and all those 30 items don't exist per section. They only exist when you expand it. So this is the advantage of doing it this way. So this is perfect for long form content like this and other things in sort of a scrolling view. So anyway, this if we go back to, I'll just walk you through it briefly, and I want to move on because we've done this and we want to get some new stuff, right? But basically, the tile host hosts a controller which keeps track of which sections are expanded and lets you toggle them and set them if they expand and notify the children that they've expanded. Which code editor am I using? This is IntelliJ. IntelliJ Ultimate Edition with some customizations in the new beta look. So yeah, it's standard practice to use it with Dart and Flutter. So go ahead. And there's a community edition that's free for community work and open source and stuff. Anyway, so what we do here, the tile host keeps a track of a copy of the sections. It's a set. And then the idea here is that it uses inherited expansion tile, which uses an inherited model. I spoke about this in my talk at Flutter at FlutterCon. Basically, the idea here is that each the aspects, which is how it works, they're called aspects. Basically, the keys, for want of a better word, I'm using as the section names. So each one of these has an ID attached to it called a section. And if that section changes, then it gets notified, and it will go into here and go, okay, is this dependent? Does it have this dependencies is like the registered aspects or the registered sections of this child widget? And we go, are these, does this contain all of the ones they had before? If it doesn't, then it means that it's no longer visible. It is visible. And it should be notified to be updated. And that's essentially how it goes. So it's really simple. And when it comes down to the header, as I said, it's just the slip to box adapter, quite straightforward. Expansion chevron, and then the content. With this content here, I did something special. That is, it runs a animation controller when it first starts up, and sets it to its initial expanded 1 or 0. So if you start it with an expanded, it will already be expanded, and watches the status. And then if you toggle it, it will go forward and backwards on the animation. Pretty straightforward stuff. Finally, the key here is the contents visible if it's dismissed or not. So dismissed is when an animation is set to 0. So that's when it's closed, the content's no longer visible. So what happens is it does a set state, and it will rebuild this widget here. We could actually, just thinking about this could be slightly optimized, but this only changes 4 times throughout an animation lifecycle. So twice at most, probably. So it's not really a big deal. And then this is the inner content widget. Now, this is where things get kind of slightly technical. I did a custom render object to do this nice sort of like expansion animation clipping. And this uses a render sliver proxy, handles the animation listing and removing the animation based on if the render object is attached to the UI, and just marks the layout as being to be relayed out. And this is where the fun comes in. This is a bit of geometry around how slivers behave. And essentially what this does is it just trims the content's max extent based on its animation value. So if the animation at 50%, then it will cut it to 50% height of the original. And it returns that as the sliver. So this way it is the slivers underneath move up and down appropriately. And then finally, the paint does the work and saying, okay, should I be clipped? If I am, here's the clip. Otherwise, it ignores it. And this is kind of where we're at. So anyway, that's just wanted to kind of explain how this is done. Now, all this, to be clear, all this code will be opened up tomorrow. The repo will go open publicly tomorrow. So that's when it'll be announced. I'll put it out on my Twitter feed. So follow me at DevAngelsLondon, and I'll send a tweet out when it goes out. In the meantime, we need to choose some content to work on. So now I've done that little expansion and catch up on where on the bit that I did without a live show. Let's see. We want to. I think we've got 3 targets, right? We've got an account page, we've got a cart page, and then we've got a product details page. I'm thinking product details because this has those expansion tiles in it, and we already have those widgets, so that kind of makes it an easy sell. We already have the card widgets from the home screen that we can reuse. What do you think, Randall? Is a good one to go with? You're muted. If you're talking.
Yeah, that's all I was saying.
There we go. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yes.
Sure. Let's run with it.
Let's run with it. So what I'll do, I'll move this up here above our heads so you can see it all. And then
I'm muted, so you can't hear me. Whistle my teacup around.
That's all right.
A little annoying.
All right. So let's do this. So simple.
Yeah.
Let's first of all let's make a feature folder for the work. What we call it details. So that's fine. And we'll make a file in there. Product details. Product page. Product page. Product details. Whatever. There you go. We have a product details, product page.
Are you using Visor?
No, this is a screen copy. I'll post a link to it in the chat. I like Genymotion, which is an emulator, and they use that technology for supporting Genymotion. That's the screen capture of the virtual environment in a separate product called Screen Copy, and you can just download this and run it, and it does this. And what's really nice about it is it supports a bunch of hotkeys, features, recording, screen grabs, all that kind of normal stuff. And it also supports setting the bit rate, which I find really helpful. So on a local network, you can set the bit rate really high, so you're not getting like artifacts from transmission of the video content over the local network, which is what you get with some like Visor and things as well. How you manage splash screen, is it fixed duration or dynamic? Currently, it's dynamic. I think we changed it. But if I'd never have a fixed splash screen because it defeats the purpose, right? Why does the user need to wait to enter your application? Right?
And the same amount every time, and it's like, come on, just start. You should already have that prepared somehow. At least be caching it. So what we did here in the last one, for the people that don't know, we did some our own backend some stuff, and give some more space. And what we did here is the app loader starts up, initializes the backend. This is the future, and whilst that future is running, we display a splash screen, and then we go into the actual application. And then this takes as long as it takes, which, if we need to go to the network or we need to do something, it might take a few seconds, especially on a slow connection. So, it'll be dynamic and variable based on whatever, wherever we need. Cool.
Right. Let's scooch that over. Right. Let's crack on with this. So we've got product details, product page. So let's make product page. It should be calling them pages. I think we have. Product page, account page, sure. Product page. And let's get a structure in place. So we have like a light app bar. So it's kind of interesting because so we had this dynamically, the bar dynamically change its type start stuff at the top already. I think we'll just make a just go for it. I guess we can start doing some routes and things like that now, right? So we can actually do static route. Route, and then we have a product item, I think was our model. I guess we're going to need to pass that over to our widget. It's big enough for everyone. I think it is. I think random, good enough. All right. So return. So one of the key things behind this, I'm not using material design. I'm not using any of the material widgets. I'm not going to be using the material page routes. So we'll use a normal page route builder. This allows us to choose our own transition, like choose your own adventure game. Product page. Let's see. We're just going to do a show immediately style of thing right now, and then we'll see how far we get. Item. What I normally do is do something like this: a static route generator, and then a private constructor. And this allows us to take advantage of the fact that to get to a product, you have to go through this function. It's the only way to actually create a page. These animations are quite helpful. This allows us to the animation here is the animation used to when your route comes on screen, and the secondary animation is run on your route when something goes over the top of your route. So it's not when it leaves. It's the animation goes in reverse when you leave. It's the secondary animation is played on your route when something goes on top. So this allows you to do some stacking effects and things. So I do actually talk about that in and show an example of it in my Flutter Europe talk on navigation. All right. So let's have a custom scroll view and sliver assistant header. So we can use a sliver app bar. Let's have a quick look. I mean, custom back icon, custom like share. I mean, let's just do our own. Why not? It's not a big difference. And we can migrate this out of here into its own little file later. So pinned. We'll stick the header to the start of the viewport once it has reached its minimum size. Forcing that. We could have it floating, I guess. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. So let's carry on here. We'll get to the delegate in a second. And I'm going to sliver to adapter. I'm going to host our main photo. Okay, well, no, we're doing chunks, so we'll do this bit as the title. So we'll do a title, which is, let's see, products title. So here's an interesting thing. So now, like, this question I get actually quite often is like, how do we? See what I'm going to do here. Let me just get rid of this delegate error and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Bar delegate. So what's really nice about this sort of package, this delegate idea is that you can just do whatever you want with this, right? So let's say final. Do we actually use anything in there? No, we don't. So we actually can have rebuild set to false always. That's quite handy, I guess. And then build is what we want to return as our widgets. So we'll have a piece of material. Remember, there's nothing there. It's just this is the raw sort of start from scratch. And we want our back button and our title, followed by an icon button for our share. So I'll do that for now. Okay. And then our minimum size and our maximum size. So there's actually a standard constant for app bar height, which is k toolbar height. And then in Flutter at the very beginning. So it's got a fixed size. It doesn't grow or shrink. But this minimum maximum, if the maximum is taller, then it would grow and shrink automatically for us, which is quite nice. All right. So, and I guess the only thing we want to pass in is a void callback on share. I guess we can make it optional. Okay, so let's pass that on share onto here. This way, we can like have the button disabled, or in this case, maybe not show it. Oh, this is a nice little segue into something that I've been doing recently with Dart 3. So in this case, I want to only show the icon button when it's not null, right? But if this was, let's say, not final or a getter or something, I'm trying to get to show an error, but I get to I'm going to do it now, is it? Yeah, fine. Right. But anyway, the point here is sometimes you want to just validate that it's not null and then capture the not null value. I tell you what, this would be a problem. The reason why this is not a problem is because onPress can be null, so it passes it through fine. But sometimes you might want to do something like this, which is onShare case void callback, which is its type that when it's not null onShare. So what this is doing a local capture. So we're basically saying this is a pattern match, saying does the onShare variable match the pattern of a variable of a void callback, and we just named the local variable onShare. And since it's nullable, if this was null, it wouldn't match because this type down here is not null, right? So if this was null, this wouldn't match, so it doesn't go into the if statement. Nice thing about this as well is if this variable gets changed after it's gone into the if statement, this is kind of nice if you've got a getter or something like that you might be called, is that because it's capturing, see it's slightly different shade of orange here on my screen, but that means we're using that local one for the onPressed. So in this case, not too much of a big deal. It's hardly going to happen, and even if it did, the icon button supports having a null onPressed. Right, moving back on.
Just for my own sanity, I typically use a different variable name for the inner variable, but you do as you wish.
I prefer to have the same because it's supposed to override it. Right, the whole point of it is to
okay, yeah, I can see that point too.
In this one scenario, when you're doing null checking, I specifically use the same variable name so that it can. The key concept is that you're overriding it with a nullable to the non-nullable.
Yeah, anyway. Understood. Cool.
Right, let's put this in here, and on share we could then. Let's say share.
By the way, for long-time listeners of my Dart and Flutter channel, the devious coin video would be solved by this trick. So I'm planning on doing a future release of that video with this trick in it. So that's why it's particularly pertinent.
Okay. So so something with a design here. So we want to display fields from the product, but in a widget further down the hierarchy, right? So since I'm calling product title from directly within a widget that has that product, I might as well pass it across, right? However, there are times when you may want to have deeply nested widgets and have access to it. You don't want to keep passing that variable across. So one way of handling that is if you've got one way you can handle that is if you've got your widget, depending on what you want to do. And again, we're talking about depends on your hierarchy and various other things. But what you can do is do something like product here or item equals context dot find ancestor widget state, whatever it is. In this case, widget, and this would be product page, and then actually do dot item. So this basically this one line traverses up the tree, finds the hosted product page, and then fetches this item variable. So we didn't have to pass it across. Downside to this is that this should not be public because now you're tightly coupled it. So this is private now because it can't be used outside the scope of product page, right? Even if you made it optional, it's probably not desirable, right? So pick and choose when you want to use these things. Also, this is run on every build. Perhaps that's not desirable. Maybe you should be running this on a init state and did change widget or something like that. Or you could go and add an inherited widget if you felt like you needed that. A lot of time, inherited widget is not necessary. Anyway, right. So coming back to this, we're going to pass in the product item. I've just realized I'm not getting my presentation stuff come up. Ah, descriptions of actions. Sorry, everyone. Now you should get the descriptions of what the hotkeys are down here at the bottom of the screen. Right. All right, now we can pass the item across. And so this is the I'm calling product title being this section here, highlighted at the moment. So let's see, what do we want to do? We want to say return row. This is interesting. Is it row first or column first? So if on a smaller screen, we don't want the inclusive of all taxes to wrap as soon as the like here, in this case, wars intersects with this here, right? So we don't really want row first. Practically, we probably want column first. So if the title wraps, then it pushes down this and this. So again, this is about making reactive layouts that react to like different screen sizes and such, right? And making your choices wisely, as they say. So let's wrap this in a column, and we'll have 2 rows. What did I say? No, I want a column. Yeah, 2 rows. So our first row is going to contain our item title and the item price. Price with taxes, right? With tax. I believe when we did our product card, we actually added a way of formatting currency. Format currency. So we could actually lift, since it doesn't depend on the state. We could the context. If it did, we could make it a function. We could pull them out to here, so we could actually have something like formatted price, right? So string get formatted price, something like that, right? That could be nice. Formatted price with tax or something. Saves us from writing the same code everywhere and keeps it in an appropriate place. So let's replace those with formatted price. Tax. Do we have any other references to our formatting function? Wish list. Go fix that. So if we wanted to, we could obviously replace that with a function and pass over the context if you need to go fetch like the locale and do some other fun stuff. We're actually hard coding this right now to English US to match the designs. Right. So now we get formatted price with tax. Oops. And what's the next one? So the next one we've got some sort of ratings widget. Product, small product ratings. Small product rating. Okay. Go back to the second. Again, we'll pass over the item to it. And then to the right of that, we've got a text with inclusive of all taxes.
You may have already answered this, but row, column, and then row, space between, child column.
Is this a question?
Yeah.
What's
So
wrong with
what's
row
wrong?
column here? Well, that's what I just said earlier. Like there's not about space between. I mean, let's have a look. I mean, like we'll try it, right? But let me get let's get the basic structure, and then we can then go from there, right?
Cool. All right.
Um,
If you want to ask an elucidating question to add on to that, then please do. We'll watch for it.
all right, so yeah, let's make it private. All right, and then what we've got is row key, its main axis is by default they're max. So we want to set that to min. I believe it's max. I'm going to be correct. No, it is max. And this way, if things will space out nicely rather than pushing out. And then here we have icon star, and text widget. Now, this is interesting. We could actually put this little. Let's zoom in a bit here. We could put the star in a inline in a widget span and have this as like a text row as well, just a single text. I don't know if that has any practical purpose in this right now, but interesting nonetheless. So we can actually put let's put a hard coded in there 3.4, and we'll style it. It's a theme, color, and theme of context. Color. And some more text. I guess. Yeah, Vipin. Yeah, we spoke about. Go back in the chat. We spoke about Dart Flutter earlier. All right. So that is our first stab at the sort of top section of the page, at least right now. Let's get that loaded up, and then we can see if it works, right? And we can come back to improving it. So what we need to do now is go to this route. So when we tap on a product card, I think there's no reason to have. I don't know if there's a reason to have it on pressed on a product card that is not going to the product right now. So I think what I'm going to decide to do here is get rid of these callbacks and make it optional. And if it's specified, it will be overridden. But otherwise, a product card will open up the product page. That sounds like a good practical idea to me. So you have the option to override it, but it's not required. Here, we'll make that optional. And here, you can always tap on it. On products, on pressed, default on pressed. Yeah. Products. Hey, now. So what we're going to do is say navigator of context, push product page route. And then that, you need to work out how best to do this. So if it's yes, we can do this. This sounds like a good idea to me. Does that work? Why doesn't that work? Oh, because it's trying to do the result. Yeah, okay. All right, that's a shame. Yeah, all right. So, oh, hey a minute, can we get rid of the call? All right, we'll just do it as a tertiary if. Here, on pressed, does not equal. No, then use that. otherwise. All right, so restart. We probably would want to put a delay on that splash screen so there's a minimum amount of time it stays so it doesn't flicker or even not show the splash screen. If it's shorter than like 400 milliseconds or something, and just transition straight into the app. Anyway, all right, Adidas, yay, back. Okay, now we have a terrible starting point, but we can make that look better. We have the technology, so let's sorry, fiddling around. Right. Okay, so you should be able to see that top section and this. All right, so first of all, our material widget is too far up the screen, so we just sort that out. So we can sort that out quite simply. So I'm on the wrong thing. Oh, right, okay. So what we have here is our custom scroll view. In the top of the scrolling content, yeah, so normally I would add padding here, but custom scroll view actually works with sliver padding, which is the magical thing that we want to use. We'll wrap our another way of doing this actually is to pass the padding over to our delegate. Actually, I might do that. We want to how we can actually do this in the header. Let's do that. I tell a lie because it's got a height, so we actually need to pass it to that's fine. So in here we want to say padding is edge and sets only top, and this is the magical thing. Media query dot view padding of size. I think view padding is the correct size. And yeah, oh yeah, and then we want dot top. Right, so now we've got padding. Should final edge sets padding. Why this dot padding? And we'll add that padding to the toolbar. Pre-append it there, so we always have that at least. Let's see if that works. It did work. It made it taller, but I didn't put the padding on. There we go. All right, cool. So let's get our content spaced out. Okay. So it looks like there's a single line along the bottom of that widget. We actually dealt with something similar recently in the design on the share page. So let's go find that. Sorry, on the share page, on the wishes page, sorry, which we did here with this box decoration. So we'll do the same thing. So it's in a box. I don't think, even though you've got border radius, I don't think it actually supports that. You can actually do an ink, which actually might be more appropriate, and give that a decoration. That way our border is drawn on the material surface, and we'll do bottom side. And I guess we could look up like it's just probably want to think about like putting some of these layouts, but oops, didn't mean to hot reload. Okay, now that's interesting. Oh, app like gray color. I did put that in there. Hang on, get rid of that. And I think one more program size. Okay, we're getting there. So, okay, title. Let's get that centered. So the reason why I'm letting this expand and have text being centered is when you do get some sort of content that maybe goes on to multiple lines, we'll center that content in the header, right? So there's no point wrapping this as well in a center widget to just center the text. Fill up the space and center the text, right? We probably want to, talk about that, probably want to max lines this to 2. So if we do go on to like 3 lines, 2, in which case we probably want to also mention an overflow, like this. So just get ... to kind of indicate that there's more content that's been clipped off. Let's also set our style. We haven't really set up any styles in the theming at the moment, but probably would want to do that. The design didn't come with like a style guide, so I wasn't going to spend time doing it right now, but it's probably worth checking into that later and extracting all the text styles into a common set. All right, that looks good enough for now. So let's replace this with item.
And even though you're not using material for your text styles, if you can fit the particular text styles of your app into a text theme that's based on material, then all the other widgets that you might accidentally use for free would already have the right styles lined up with your style guide as well. And if you have versions that don't fit any of the Material 3 guidelines, you can now use extended themes with theme extensions to carry along your data as well.
Oh, cost. All right. So now we have. Oh, so the actual full title was Star Wars. I just put Star because it was cropped off. So okay, we can actually go edit our dummy test data in here and put Star Wars. See it now? It's like the grey and yellow of what's his name? The spinny ball robot. Whatever. Okay. Huh?
C3PO?
No. It was the new. I don't remember what it is. See, this is interesting. It says Adidas there.
Adidas.
Yeah. So you say
It's a company.
Adidas, don't you? In America, yeah, we say Adidas.
We say Adidas. Yeah.
Anyway, this is interesting because we don't actually have that in our data set, right? Like, so I'm thinking maybe we should be showing the subtitle there instead. So like this is running shoes section, and then inside you've got the title underneath that. Yeah, let's do that. Right, let's move on. So back, that works. Share, obviously we need to get that working, but that's fine. Let's move on to this header. So
when you get a good breaking point, I want to go back to that untapped thing that you created, but only if you're not like right in the middle of a thing.
Untapped thing I created. I've already forgotten what
Yeah. look for on tap where you say if I have it, do it one way, otherwise do a default. The gesture detector for the whole tile, wherever that was.
Let me just sort this out here. So one of the things that I'm doing here, and something to be clear about, I'm doing this on purpose, and that is I'm going to put horizontal margin on this and then horizontal margin on the next section, and not just some margin around everything. When you're constructing something vertically, you normally want to put paddings on each item. This way they can be recycled nicely with slivers, right? If you put something like, if I was to make this title part of the widget below, which is the graphic, which is this, which is that, suddenly you're building a whole page of widgets and you can't separate them up because you have padding around everything. So by putting padding on each individual item in your vertical scrolling content, it means that you can easily recycle them. They can be removed when not needed and so on. So in this case, we'll put horizontal padding on here. We'll use the 24, something like that. There was a hotkey. There is 20. Yeah. I'm not going exactly by the design, so I'm going to use the style of doing things here. But yeah, small program. I put that in the wrong place. Why don't you tell me? Yeah. So those that don't know, again, the FlutterCon videos are coming out soon, but when they do, you'll see, you'll get this, which is, in fact, you can go get this from my Flutter Tips and Tricks repo on my GitHub. But this is just like, a simple way of doing like these paddings and margins and so on, where you're actually using the name in your code, which just makes it nice, more readable, slightly more optimized because they're all constant. You don't have to keep typing them out. Right, there's that. And now we can also do vertical. Okay, that looks nice. And then our title. Let me just finish this bar and then we'll go back to that. Remind me, we'll go back to that thing. 16, I think it's a bit larger than default. Font weight is definitely bold. Same font style for private text. So someone's asking about the source code will be available tomorrow as a whole, and you can go get this. I'll tweet it. So find me on GitHub at DevAngelsLondon. Pop that in the chat somewhere. It's in the description. It's in the YouTube description. Our Twitter links.
Yeah.
Should probably leave with that. It's a lot easier, isn't it?
Yep.
So someone was asking just a minute ago about, you can actually add, let me show you in here, cross-axis, so there's a right main axis, whoops, main axis alignment, space between, right? So I have two widgets, so I'm going to space between. There we go. Now we've got the space between, right? What happens if title, let's do times 3 here. That's what happens if the title is too long, right? That's why we don't do space between. Space between is nice if you've got fixed size things, right? And you want to evenly space them out. But as soon as you have something like text and you want to wrap it, space between doesn't work. What we actually want to do is instead wrap our first widget and give it a bound width. This means it's going to be fit, expanded, and now you're going to get wrapping, right? And that's the behavior that we actually want here. And then we want main axis, we want cross-axis alignment here to top. Right, this moves up, and now between them we want a bit of a gap so they don't confuse them for being the same thing. So we'll have a horizontal margin 16. There we go. And we'll leave that being the full title so it doesn't get clipped in this case, right? Because it's on the detail page. And I'll put a vertical margin. Move it down. All right, so now if I get rid of that ×3, we should get back on. And now same goes for this one. Our we could do this in multiple different ways. Since we've only got the product rating and inclusive of taxes, I think I'm going to expand it and make that the tap target, maybe to go to the review. So you've got quite a large tap target. In fact, if we get rid of that 4, instead wrap this in a on tap, sorry. Ratings. Padding on this. Vertical 4. And let's bring up the inspector here for the widgets. You see this? So this entire area here is the tap target. But what we really want to do is let's not waste this area on the left and right, especially for a tap target. So let's bring down that padding from being out of the horizontal padding on the outside, right? And we bring it on the inside. And in doing this, putting the padding in each individual piece, now we can put the padding on the inside of our tap target, making the tap target the entire area, which ends up normally being a lot better here. So now this entire area below the title is our tap target. So I can tap anywhere in here, and we're getting the ratings, which is quite nice. We could actually, do that slightly differently. Have it this area on the left, not that. Do I want to do that? I guess I could. It's just a real reorganization. Basically, we just say wrap out product rating with a padding.
You're driving. I'm just watching out the windows at the scenery.
All right, and then on the right-hand side, we can now have a margin.
I do like this comment, though. This is great. Simon, you're so inspiring. He was watching something you were doing, and he went, "Oh, no."
I've given you like an earworm, like a programming earworm, where now you're going to have to go fix your stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
So
something.
Right, yeah, and let's do, I don't, save that, sorry. And then, oh yeah, Inkwell. Now I can wrap my padding here with Inkwell. All right, so now that area is the tap target. And then I'm just going to give this the slightest of horizontal margins, just in case the splash kind of goes out. I think I like that. Style on here.
His comment.
What was the comment?
Oh, by the way, thanks for this workshop. This first video, which I was watching, and so far I've already found some interesting things. Same guy.
It sounds to me like you might not have joined the thing. It's too late for this dev camp because we've already picked the people for it. But keep around. You'll probably follow me on Twitter is the best way I can say. And then I'll keep announce things there like dev camps and stuff. Okay, so what was it? Yeah, font weight. This seems to be slightly lighter in weight.
And another comment, just finished the previous session using Path Provider only for storage was rocket. Cool.
Oh, it was. Yep. It's I mean, you don't need a lot for these things. Like, I think people go to libraries as like a first option always. I don't think you need to. All right, I'm gonna tweak this slightly and say, and we'll just do 4. All right, so now we have at least a quite a reasonably large tap target there for the ratings. Before we get to the photo piece, let's go back to the bit you were asking about, Randall, which was what was it? Wait.
You were doing an untapped, and then there was a default untapped. You were checking if it was no, selecting 2 things based on that.
That is a good question. I do remember that. That was on the product card, I think.
Yeah, it was somewhere slightly else. What English?
This was it here.
Right. So one way to write that would be to do a switch on pressed and do a pattern match to see if it's no.
Oh yeah. And then be returning.
That would actually fit here. That would actually fit here really nicely.
Yeah. So we're saying if we do like an expression switch.
Yep.
And then we could then say, okay, if it's
void
callback.
No, and that's not an express switch. That's just the value arrow.
On pressed.
Well, you actually that's declaring the variable. So you could just say V there. That way it's shorter than typing the same thing 3 times.
I mean, sure. I mean, I'm just saying that we're saying that if it's not null, then return it.
Right. And another way to write that is to do a final V question mark, then V.
Hang on.
But you can do that too. Okay. Oh, that has to be I got a function for that. Right.
I mean,
as a different way of doing a null check, though, that could just be final V question mark arrow V.
Wait, sorry, which bit?
That right there, right where you're looking. Make that final. Change it to final, and then V question mark. That says if it's non-null, then pass that through as V.
Oh, right. Argument type function can't be assigned.
Oh, it's probably it's not inferring that they're put your the type back again.
No, I'm kind of curious here. Hang on, it's saying argument type function can't be assigned nullable function.
It's because on pressed is too generic. It needs to be tightened. That's the problem. No, that's correct if it was narrow enough, but it's not. You need to have type in there too. Oh, that's kind of weird.
Oh no! I tell you what it is. It's because the item has a callback.
Oh.
Because the item is not a void callback. It's a change callback. Okay. And to be honest, this starts getting messy.
I was thinking you were just returning one of 2 functions. If it was just a function or a fallback function, if the function was null, this would be great. Yeah, but it's not.
It's because both functions have different prototypes.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Ignore me then, but that was a good demonstration, even though it was a false demonstration.
It's interesting you did the question mark, because I forget question mark on the type declaration is basically saying not null, which is super.
In a pattern match, which is what that left side is. It is saying this is matched only if non-null. It's the different from exclamation mark, which says I promise this is non-null and I will throw if you make a mistake.
Sure. But what I mean is interestingly, the question mark has a different meaning when you're using it in different contexts.
Yes, they even mentioned this in the pattern spec. There's about 2 paragraphs on why it was done this way. And it was because also Swift does it this way was their final comment. Swift does it this way. Whatever. All right.
Anyway, yeah, I think that works right it is. All right. Let's what else do we have going on here? Let's have a look. So we don't have multiple images right now. So but I think we can probably drop these into our assets. Let's do that. That work? Oh, apparently not. 4. Copy. Paste.
We think it'll be going in at least another 20 minutes.
Copy as PNG. Right. There we go. So this was shoe 001 002.
Simon, do you think you're going another 20 minutes or so?
I can do.
Well, what do you need? Because you have to get this done before tomorrow. So how much more time? Do you think
It's
you
not.
need?
It's not going to get more done than it is basically for tomorrow. So I'd rather, maybe just work a bit more on this and see how far we get whilst everyone's around. I just kind of ask how many people want to stick around, really, and see if people are interested.
If we're going to stay another 20 minutes, I've got to leave for 2 minutes. I'll be
Okay.
right back.
Do that. And then there was one. Right, let's see. 2 1 004. Good. We have some people still here. It's good. Hopefully, you're all finding this helpful and interesting. Right. So we have photo. Let's make photos a list. Maybe we just make it photos, and then we just choose the first one as being the primary one. That sounds like a good idea. That's a smart idea. Right. So 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So if we decide to do things like that, can we highlight with that weird thing? Photos. These are only going to have 1, but our should have 4. We now need to change our parser because that's going to, our product model, that's going to fail. There's a product item. It's now photos, which are a list of string. And we run our code gen. And we'll update our product card to use the first one. We could do something to be in photos array like that. We could actually have something like a getter in here and have something like primary photo. Right, something like that. I like that idea. That way, if we wanted to change it or figure a way of getting this differently, we've got a nice way of doing that. And it's more descriptive of what we're actually asking for.
Mm-hmm.
Item primary photo. All right. So, wish list needs to split in here as well somewhere. Item primary photo. Any more errors? Oh yeah, we don't need formatting anymore. We changed that. Okay. Put a couple of fix me's down here actually. This is just so we don't miss this out. Fix me. Yeah, rating. And rating count. Okay, rating total. Right. So we're talking about like how we display products here, right? So so after our product title, we could simplify our layout slightly and make this lift a box adapter and call this have sliver product gallery, image gallery, photo gallery.
a sliver can do everything a box can do and more, right? It's always like the larger scope thing. Okay.
Right, so we're getting a bit big here, right? Okay, well, we've got quite a few in here, and I don't think, like, these are all private to this thing, so that's fine. Just want to order things a bit better. So I'm thinking, take out this sliver persistent header. And we'll call it sliver product header. And yeah, let's put that in here. Take this.
You don't just use the refactoring tools to do that?
No, I have fingers.
I have fingers too, but I still prefer being lazy with them.
You did that quicker than I could do with a refactoring point and click and like.
Yeah.
You learn the keyboard shortcuts. That'll make it quicker, right? That's what I'd say.
No, I still mouse to it. I never learned any keyboard shortcuts really. In fact, my VS Code is set up to be in Emacs mode because it's the only thing I can remember from my fingers.
No, that's it. No. Emacs. You're an Emacs person. You don't have input. Oh, that's it. We're not friends anymore.
Yeah, it's okay.
The Holy War. Anyway, right. So we've got product header followed by our delegate. I've just put this in the same order basically. So we've got the product header, then we've got the title, then we've got the photo. So product header, title. Then we got the rated spot for that. Now we have the photo. So
that's right. The refactoring wouldn't know where to put it in your proper order. It's true. It's not that smart.
Yeah, that's true. Right. So sliver product gallery, photo gallery. So we have a sliver adapter. Okay. So we want to present this a certain way. We want to have a pad. Actually, we have sliver padding. Outside. And we'll have horizontal padding on that. That'll give us this padding on the left and right. Then we want to. What aspect ratio would you say that is about? Actually, I can work it out. It's 283 divided by 335. 0.84. It's like a 2 by 3, 3 by 2. Yeah. Something like that. Looks about right. Looks about right. Okay, so if we have a column here. And so remember, the device can have like different widths. The idea here is that we're always going to have this kind of layout. So we want an aspect ratio. Let's do 3 divided by 2. No, it's 2 divided by 3. 6. I don't know. That's a bit different, actually. Maybe it's 5 by 4. Or 4 by 5. Open. Well, 4 divided by 5. 0.8. There you go. That's what I want. Then inside that, I have our primary photo. Network item. Okay, so now we're missing an item. And photo. We select each one photo below, change the one above. We'll want to put a stack in here for our favorites icon, so we can as well come back to that. All right, then underneath that we want a row, and you want a row. I think it probably scrolls right. If this scrolls, then we probably want it to scroll to the far left edge, in which case our padding on the outside is not going to work. So we probably want padding here. Horizontal padding. And And underneath this, we'll make this a view builder. Count. Okay. So we have a horizontal padding 24 on the list view. Count will be based on the photos. Yes. And well, return, just return a aspect ratio. It is a high. $72. That works. Image photos. All right. It's a good starting point. See how that looks. Oh yeah, so that's interesting. List dynamic. Oh yeah, we changed our model, didn't we? I think it's because we need to start again from scratch. We did generate it. Let's check whilst it's loading. Photos, list dynamic, map to string. That should be fine. Let's go take a look at our JSON again. Photos. Yeah, no, that's fine. A fresh start, we'll sort that out. Yes, so we're using image as because this is a test project, right? We wouldn't obviously do this for a real app, but we want to download them from a server. We don't actually have a server right now. So once we've done this part of the app and we've actually got it functional, we could then work on migrating the images out of the assets and onto the server where they should be coming from. Also, image.network is not going to work, is it? So I should actually be running image.asset. So that's not a bad shout either. Right, where was I? Product page. I'm just so used to image.network. The fundamental widgets, by the way, for these things are okay, but they're certainly not good on their own. For example, image.network has an error builder, frame builder, and loading builder. So you really want to build a widget which isn't your app image widget, and based on what you input data you give it, it will then go and build the correct loading spinner, or if it fails, it shows an error, a retry button, or there's so much more to just not just image.network, right? Or image.asset. Asset's fine, but sure. All right. Okay. Oh yeah. So there we go. There's our first problem. I did put this in horizontal, so let's do that. Scroll direction axis horizontal. Save. Ooh, that's good. Right. That's a good starting point at least. Let's see. Why have I got? That's is it? Oh, it's the other way around. 5x4. That's better. And I want a cover for this. So not exactly the right fit. There's a lot of ways of doing image covering. I don't think it. Okay, that's getting closer to what the designs show. Let's bring that down. You're not going to see that, are you? I guess we'll do something like this, side by side. All right, so that's not bad going right now. All right, what's next? Yeah, we want to space those out, those things. So we'll do a vertical margin 8. What's that? 15. Oh, do 16. And then mark the aspect ratio. If you write padding 16, then horizontal padding 24 on the right hand side is not going to be correct. Left padding 24 plus right padding 8. 8, 16 on the right hand side. Okay. We could actually calculate, we can actually get rid of this 72 from here. So we can actually use an aspect ratio to work out what that aspect size should be so that there's always 4 across the screen. There's other ways of doing that. I think let's take something for you.
Wait, stop me if you've already talked about this, but how does that plus work?
It overrides. So edge and sets has a operator overload.
Oh, whoa, that's cool.
So there you go. So yeah, down here somewhere. If I find the minus operator overload, plus multiply, divide.
Oh man, oh that's so cool. I'm downloading that today. That's so cool. That is, it just occurred to me what was happening there, and I went, no, wait, it's merging the two things then. Wow. Okay, that's clever. Very clever.
All right. So now we've done that. I guess we select the one, it puts it as the top photo. So let's make this stateful. We'll have a index. No, I guess we'll say photo. String select photo. Make that late. We'll just start the top. It's going to select the primary. That's the first one. Let's drop it down here. There's certainly a bit more we could do with this. So we'll do that in a second. Probably also pull those items out. In fact, I think I'll pull out this aspect ratio and instead do stateless item. Photo. Final. Selected. Last one says tap, I guess. Pressed. Right. So photo. Yeah. So photo. Item. Pressed. photo is this? Selected is if the selected photo is equal to this photo for the artist.
It'd be nice to have all of the on-press that you're initially making null just be a function that's globally declared. That way you could search for those later and replace them all once you're done with the placeholder.
I could also, what I should really be doing is saying, throwing like
Could do.
unsupported or not implemented or something, and then
yeah. But I mean, just to have a keyword, you can just put
so that's
null
why
for
I
now.
put so that's why I put fix me's in there, because I can actually search these and pull them out.
Right. Yeah.
So, okay, so come back to this. Let's go and do void on photo pressed. Photo state. Simple. If we push this through nicely, we could make this a value changed. And we have put in here, we can call back to that method, so it makes it slightly nicer. And then we want a well on tap becomes photo pressed photo. I'm just pushing it down basically. Now this image, we actually want to change it into an ink. So there's an ink.image provider. So that'll be an asset image. So that our splash effect goes over the top of the image. And the size, we can't use the size of the image, the size of the widget, but we've got an aspect ratio size of it, so it should be fine. So now we get the touch effect. Now if I select them, nothing happens. Oh yeah, because we don't change it up here, it's always primary. So now this needs to be selected. All right, the question is, does it change? Yay! So I think we'll add a clip custom border to this. Add this rectangle border. I think, didn't we have our border radius in the theme or something? I think, remember, us doing like an add button radius. There it is. So now the touch effect is clipped as well to be in these nice rounded corners, and we'll also put that on this. I don't think there's a way of actually putting a custom shape on a image paint directly. Actually, it's a shame. I suppose it's still going to have to be clipped at some point. We could actually do like a frame builder and do this like. So we could actually like make a widget like that displays a photo anywhere in the app that has, you know, does all the loading stuff, does all that behavior, and then also clips the edges and you know, does all that. All right. But for the moment, I think I'm just going to wrap this in a.
Seems that should be built in. I don't know why that's not built in. It seems like a very common thing to do.
Yeah.
Follow a bug. Let's get those guys in Mountain View hacking code.
Yeah. All right. So I think that's good enough for the minute. I know they're not great pictures, but we don't care right now. So we have a touch feedback. We can also make it so we tap on this top image, we could have it like expand and things, I guess, and like pan around and do all that kind of fun stuff. Oh, we need to add our favorite button. Let's do that. I guess I want. So you stack, and then you can actually do the fix on children, which says convert. Here we want our, what do we call it? Our wish list button. I think it was wish list button, wasn't it? Yeah. Our product. widget item. Then that's back to align its content to the top right. Okay, that's interesting. We want to wrap our thing in positions.fill. So now we can unfavorite it, and it just works the same as it did before. If we go back, unfavorite from here, go in, it's unfavorited, favorite it, go back, favorite it, all that works, which is nice. That's what we did before in the wishlist stuff. We now have a little gallery selector. Yeah, so we need
to
do this.
Comment. Most sites give a feature where we tap the larger image and it takes you to the full screen image to zoom in and out. That'd be cool to have.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That'd be pretty cool. There's a package called Photo View, I believe it's called. See if I can find it here. Yeah, I think Bluefire. That's the one. So Flutter Photo View, and that pretty much does that all for you. So that's what I would use in this situation. But not. Do we want to do it now? We could do it now. I don't know. Let's carry on with the page. I'd rather get functionally get the page working first, and then we can kind of come back and add some fancy things, I guess. Right. All right. So photo gallery done. What's next on the list? Size selector. So obviously that works for fashion. So there'd be a lot more we need to think about in terms of product and model. So like based on what category it is, maybe there's different widgets you show or something like that. I think we'll just hard code it in there for now. So this is going to be a product size selector, I guess, size selector. And I set product in. So I'm doing all this in one file right now. Then we can pick out what we might want to reuse elsewhere, pull them out to separate widgets. It's just easier to develop like a layout like this in one file going up and down than it is to switch between, switch between multiple tabs. Mileage may vary. Right. So, sliver. Let's put a sliver. Do here. I think we'll put the whole thing in a box adapter. This kind of goes back, this styling goes back to what we had on the wish list page again. So we'll grab that. Again, this is the kind of time when you might go, okay, do I want to pull this box decoration out or make it into a widget, right? Is this a common pattern that you see around the application? I don't remember seeing it that common, so I'm going to copy it over. But these are when you want to think about that stuff, right? Like box decoration, decorate box, and inside our decorate box, we want a column. So interesting enough, sometimes you don't actually have to put main exercise min because it will try and do max, but because the vertical is unbounded by default, it can't do it. So it treats it as min. However, if your widget is reused in different types of layout, maybe in rows and columns, that could be a problem. So yeah, just to let you know, that's a thing. All right, so we want a text, select size. So actually, we had this. Yeah, we had this on the main screen. There's notion of a title and a button. So maybe let's reuse that and into a widget. Let's do that. So homepage. I think I could like sliver title or something. I can't remember. Where was it? Sliver top selling. Okay, it's just in here like this as a row. So I think now is a good time to pull that out. And every time you write column, you want cross-axis size stretch pretty much every time. Do we actually have any others in here? I'm curious. I always just find that you're just going to come into problems if you don't have it. It should just be the default.
I tell you, your IDE should just have a shortcut for that. I bet it could be told to have.
Yeah, probably.
If you should automate more things in your life there, Simon. I think you're doing everything the hard way.
Does it feel that hard to me? No.
No, it doesn't feel hard to you. That's the thing. It just seems okay.
Right. So what I was saying, like a header. Let's go down here and make like a, what should we call this? Sliver. No, it's not necessarily sliver. So I guess linked header with link, page header, content header, content heading. Yeah.
Naming is hard.
Naming is hard.
Naming is very hard. Yes, naming is always hard. It's naming things is just tough.
All right, and then we want a sign.
What are those two problems in computer science? Caching, naming things, and off by one errors. Old joke.
Title. Label. And optionally, I guess we'll have a button label and unpressed. Unpressed. Take away doesn't put a trailing comma on when it's the auto fix. Anyway. This on the home page. Label. Like it should be title. Yeah, I'll change the title. So we have title, so you were saying, can we do that in here though? Can we do like
I was saying? Okay.
like,
yeah. And what are you trying to do? If the button label is null, do one thing, otherwise you don't know.
I mean, you can do that, right?
Yeah, that's another way to do it.
Yeah, I do. All right, done. Ship it. Right, content heading. Let's grab that. I don't quite like.
See, for that I would have used the call question mark thing. the knowable on a
Well, no, it's the
call
label.
function. Yeah,
No.
because you're just running that only if that's. Oh, I guess yeah. You got. Oh, never mind. You got a bunch of stuff inside. Never mind.
Yeah, let's change this to 8, which matches like the button padding.
Oh, I see. You're using if case inside or if switch inside as an element. Oh, wow, that's nice. Oh, that's like
Yeah.
all sorts of coolness at the same time.
And-
Okay.
So what I am just achieving here is trying to make it so.
Although for that one, button label. Oh no, because you still have to have the promotion, right?
Yes.
This is promoting it, right?
So we've got horizontal on 8 on the left, 8 on the right. If we have a button, we want the button to go to the edge to get a better touch area. So this is what this if statement's about here. Right. So now we have a content heading. We can wrap this in a padding on this page because we want it to be embedded by 16 on this page, not just 8. That gives us some margin on the outside. Not all padding, horizontal padding. All right. That takes us back to how we had it originally. Now we can take our content heading page and to our select size is what we're trying to go and do. Let's bring that back over. And we want a here content heading. Maybe select size chart. Show size chart. Yeah. I don't see it. Oh yeah. Did I forget to put this? Yeah, I forgot to put it way up. Right, so next thing on our scroll. This item might get a bit repetitive, but they are only entitled to this, so maybe we should do a little inherited widget thing here. Let's see how it goes. Right. Okay, so we have our size chart. I think we probably need our photo needs some padding in the bottom of it. And the thickness of that line is definitely too much for this. Okay, so that kind of matches that. That grey also is different, isn't it? Light grey. 4. There's not much in it. I think this is difference in the gamma of what's being used inside of the design tool versus what's being inside of share my screen on this. It looks a bit brighter on the left, and actually I think it is in real life. So I'm gonna forgive that one because I'm gonna see like F4, F7. I mean, literally that is not gonna make any difference. Let's see. Restart it. Oops.
It could be like one of those eye puzzles where something's surrounded by a different color or a different shade makes it look lighter or darker.
I know. We'll leave it like that. Fine. Right.
Yeah.
Moving on. Let's put. Let's bring in another 8. Also override this and have it like a default padding. That's another option. That's a thing. Right, that's good enough. I'll be here forever. So again, we have a scrolling list of sizes and a button. We already have that button, so let's get that in there. Do you know what? I can't remember. It's on the wish list page. App button. There you go. Highlighted style. Add product to no icon on this, and add to cart. Okay. Yeah. Why is okay? So if we have an icon, we have it left padded, and then if we don't have an icon, it's center. Sounds like a good idea. Let's do that. Oh, that's interesting as well, because if we have an icon asset, it puts a spacer in. Main axis. And we want to put that nicely as well if it was too big. Let's do then text line start. Yeah, start, and then text line. Think. But adding these line comments for people that don't know, that's forcing out the line breaks here, so we can force formatting the widgets. Right, so this is actually centered, but the text is actually made small because it's not set to fix and stretch. If we now wrap this in expanded, we can get rid of the spacer here, and we do this slightly differently, where so this layout it fills, and if we go back to the wish list page, it's on the left with the icon on the right, and that works out. All right, where was I? Back to here. All right, so add to cart. We're done with that. Let's go back. So let's do a vertical margin. This is 16, and then we'll have a view builder again. Let's do a fixed set of sizes. Top sizes that length. These are sizes. These are UK sizes. You probably have no idea. It's funny that the UK size on here, but they're in dollar amounts. The prices.
Yeah, nice.
I didn't just notice that. It's fine.
Nice cognitive dissonance. Great.
Yeah.
All right. So let's briefly do this. Text. Okay. Size. This as border radius. Yes. Elevation. Oh, here's an elevation. Let's do elevation 2. it crashed. Right now, the reason why that is trying to move this to go horizontally, which is right. Can't grow automatically without a constraint. Vertical padding. 16. Yeah. Alignment. I don't think.
I'm not sure if we really have everybody actually watching or if people have now just put it on as an ASMR background noise.
Let's see. Yeah. Sound off in the chat. Let's see how many people are around.
If you're still here, if this is still interesting, please let us know. I'm sure it's interesting to at least 3 or 4 of you, maybe more.
Keep typing that down. Hopefully not. Okay. Let's see.
We are following. Okay, good. There's people following.
Oh yeah, because
And yeah, I was going to say something stupid. I'll just shut up now. Simpler.
it's fine. Fine.
And I'm just that plus. That was just so cool.
Yes, do. All right. Let's see where I'm going wrong here. I think. I'm gonna get rid of that. Get rid of that. Add.
Why are there 2 days for kickoff in the Flutter Dev Camp site?
Why are there 2 days for kickoff? That would be a bug, I would guess. I'll take a look in.
Yeah. Finish coding, then go look.
Right. Why is my stuff pushed down too much? Huh. No, it's there. It's just that it looks like it's pushed down because the bottom's not there. For those that don't follow what I'm doing here, I'm trying to make it so that the area which the buttons consume is, sorry, okay. What I want is that you can scroll from a wider area. So again, it's all about touch targets, right? Like the entire area of this bar and the area on the outside is lets you scroll, right? So rather than putting the margins on the top and bottom and having a smaller touch area, why not extend that to be larger? That's why the padding on this matters. The problem here is that the size, the height of this view is denoted by the outside. There is a way of changing that, and there's some other things we can do, but they're not willing to sort that out right now. Plus, it's I don't expect this to change that much. So I think this sort of gets near enough what we're looking for. Let's put an info inside. Tap. Tap. Now we have the same thing. So, right. Okay, so that's that. Am I seeing? I feel like I'm seeing things here. Access min. Let's put. Now we can reuse our expansion tiles to do this bit. So we're going to need let's go to the category page. And what we need to do is have a sliver. Let's go up. Sliver expansion tile host. Just go up to the top of our content, put that in there. And set that. Ooh, I made a boo-boo. That should be sliver, right? Yes. So it's just convention, but to name the children that are going to be sliver, and that way you never forget that it's a box child or not. So that's why this is slivers, not children. That was convention that was added, actually, I think, way back in Flutter Beta, when people realized it was very confusing. Right. So what do we want to do now? We want I suppose we don't really care. It could be either. In this case, it's actually not a sliver. Damn. What? Let's put it back. Guess you could have two parameters, sliver and child, and then they just use one or the other, but that's just confusing, I think. Anyway, let's move on. All right, so what do we want inside this? We want a this is annoying. All right, so let's put the sliver expansion host around this. Doesn't matter, it's a bucket in the hierarchy. So we have a sliver. What do we look for this? Product tile, like that. Info tile. Product info tile. Sounds like a good idea. And then what are the parameters is we have a title, description, and content. It's going to be slivers. box. Text. Right now. And can I copy this product description? Yes. Let's go chuck that in our data. Okay. Start with him. Get rid of the more. And I have blank descriptions on the other ones. The only other fields we care about, spec reviews. We don't really have any content for them right now, but we can certainly add them. All right, let's get back to this. So, product item. Let's add a description field. Any more questions coming in, Randall?
Oh, we're just commenting on, will you have enough time to get this finished before tomorrow?
No, it's not going to be finished. I'll finish it for during tomorrow. That's the idea, right? Like, I'll show people what to do.
Okay. That and John, of course, is suggesting that I start singing to try to make you finish faster.
That wouldn't help. That would make
I know, that would just be a distraction, I think, really. I was already doing Sliver Bells. Did that earlier.
Right. Here we go. Let's see. What we said title. And list.
Oh, I think John's got you here. It's like a presentation. He'll be writing it up until he goes on stage.
Thanks, guys, for your.
That's John.
Hey, John, where are you? Come on the show. There you go. You got
Yeah,
no excuse.
really. He's in Paris in a hotel somewhere.
Ah. I actually met with John Saturday. I think it was. Yeah, Saturday, last Saturday. And had a lovely meal. Right. What do I want to do now? We want to do sliver, expansion, tile. Yeah.
But John's on vacation and he's still watching you here. Wow. That's the.
What else would you do in Paris? Let's be honest. What else would you do in Paris?
Yeah, right. Except be on a screencast with people all over the world.
I think.
Nice.
Yeah, let's do.
He says he had a great time in London Burbs on Saturday with you.
Right. Info.
Come on screen and say that. Don't make us speak it.
So what we'll do here, I just realized it's not going to work though I wanted to, because we don't have new sliver groups, which I'm waiting. I think I couldn't remember last time and I tweeted about it. It's called sliver view groups. And essentially solves the issues I'm having here that I'm having to split it out a bit. Anyway, this will work. Right, so we want a sliver, expansion tile, header. And I guess we can have like a call it section. That probably makes more sense. Section. Then the builder. Idea was to return slivers. I think run out of this box. Right. So we want to return a row and expand it. Right. Oh, in the wrong place. Just realized that slip itself, is it? So that should just be expansion culture. Style. All right, so we have a header. So section here, description. And that's just the heading. Yeah. And then underneath that, we'll have our info tile content. Actually, maybe it's it's a big return slip point. So so this one. Actually have this child, I think. Okay, so let's just make sort of abstract versions a bit more structured for this page. Okay, we have our description header. All right, let's run it. What could possibly go wrong?
Ship it.
Wow, yeah. So yeah, go to sleep. 2 a.m. Do it. Let's see if this works, shall we? Stick around, see if this runs.
Yep. Here we go. Building, building, building. Get your app running. Building, building, building.
Okay, and
Bravo.
yay, we have a basic.
Ooh, cool. Right out to the edge of the screen, but okay.
Yeah, beautiful.
We ain't got
Let's
no
fix-
margins. We ain't got no margins. Either that or it's just getting cut off by StreamYard. No, that really is way over the edge, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Padding.
Nothing that can't be fixed with another layout widget.
It can't be fixed with padding.
Yes, right. Padding. Yes. There are many things fixed by padding.
I feel like this box decoration
It's huge.
is like large. No, but it's meant to end here. And this is supposed to be white, but it doesn't look like the white over here, right?
Hmm.
Like you can see the white on this panel, but underneath there's no white. I'm like, what if has it painted off? I think
It's a wider shade of pale. Now I can break into that sign.
here's what we could do, right? We could change our decorate box to paint head, right? And see where that ends. That is definitely is there. In fact, probably want to add some margin to that, right?
Yep.
To the bottom.
Gonna make a margin call on that. See, stupid puns. Now you've got me doing stupid puns.
No, that's all yourself. No one makes you do that. Oh, do you know what's funny? Now I can see the line. How crazy is that?
Huh.
Now I can see where the white is and the grey starts by just adding that padding. It's because it was just changing here. It's so subtle. I might change that grey. I might make that grey slightly greyer in the theme. I like that. I feel like that's a good idea. Let's bring it down. What should we say? F.
Yes,
right.
more gray.
Wait a second. Why is... Wait, what? What's that? Why?
Why is what?
Okay. Look. It's a different height to the one on the left, right? And our rows are set to center, not top.
Oh.
Or it should be cross-axis stretch, if anything, right? So where's our... let's go find... Where are we using the product card? It's on the home screen. Let's go fix that quickly. Home page, top setting somewhere. Yeah, top setting items. Oh, yeah, because we did these rows, right? So we actually want cross-axis alignment stretch. Actually, not need done that last one at a time because that's interesting. Now we've got that. I guess we'd want, if there is a stretch, then we want a spacer in the card between here, I guess. So the price is always at the bottom of the card. I think I mentioned this before. You want like a min lines in that situation, but that I think makes a bit more sense at least. Yeah. Anyway, back into here. Sorry. Cool. There's more definition there between the grey now. I like that more. All right. And let's go work on that paragraph again. We don't need to open. Paragraph and description. And no, put it down here at the bottom. Nope, not at the bottom. Info tile should be at the bottom. So let's go move them down. want to be. Right. I think that's the right size for there. I think we should start. We should have an option to start this section as expanded, which I've not done with our host. Where is it? So this creates a controller, and we don't have. We just start with an initial blank. So we could this dot because string expanded sections. And you make that optional. Let's say we should have expanded. We'll probably turn these and probably take these strings out and make these strings like any sort of T object, and then you can have a section be any object you want. That'd be nice. Okay, starts off expanding now. That's nice. Now, type content. Okay. Merge the default text style, and then we'll set that up with a weight on page. Size on this is larger than our default. It's not the same font, by the way, but that looks pretty much on point there. So, oops. I guess it's hard to scroll because let's add a sized box. Height set to degree of like a good safe area as well. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, you know why? Right, there's actually a sliver safe area saying that. It's so. Yeah, I've got nothing to wrap it in, I guess. Do sliver to safe area. Sliver to, I mean, like, sliver to. Oh, empty sliver. Do that. There you go.
Is empty sliver one of your things?
It's just an empty sliver to box adapter. Sliver to box that doesn't require a child.
Oh, okay. Cool.
See if that works.
That seems like a handy library. Is that something you've packaged up in the pub, perhaps?
I actually have things to package this, so I will package this up with a bunch of other stuff. I think I want to like see this where this project goes, and then like take stuff from this project and put them into packages.
Cool. That'll be great.
Yeah, it's not there just yet, but it will. It will. This looks like, yeah, it's top. There we go. All right, and then all right, and then when these have dividers, so I think we always want the content. That's a question. Do we have a divider at the top edge? No, it's at the bottom edge. So the sliver tile content, the way I actually designed this is that the content goes down to nothing. Oh, you know what we can do? I know what we can do. We can wrap this in a sliver decorated box or something, isn't it? It's a. Oh, is this not yet been released? Is it in master? Oh, that's annoying. Let me check. No. Box. For the decoration? I'm pretty sure it was there. Oh, decorated sliver. Maybe it's in there. All right. So the way to actually do this in the future is with this decorated sliver, and it allows us to essentially wrap any other sliver and provide like a background or decoration. In this case, the line as a border on the bottom edge. We can actually do this a different way. Just make like a sliver divider since it's always there. So what we can do instead is after that do a like sliver divider, I think, and have that as our own little. I think actually do a box of that in mind, if we now take this again a few times over, see how it looks. Behaves. Okay, so there's our divider. Oh yeah, because they all have the same key. They all collapse at the same time. 2, 2. maybe even higher. Yeah, 24. Oh, this is at the top as well. We haven't that. Not bad. I think it's probably less around that title than I think. This is like vertical padding 60. Not bad. Not bad. All right, so yeah, we can collapse one down and then expand out nicely section wise. All right. So that works. So I guess we could now just do a. All right, John, see you later. Have a good one. Yeah, I'm gonna literally I think finish off some of the bits at the bottom of the screen. In fact, that's the bottom there, so we're pretty much done.
Cool.
Randall's like, please, finally.
I've got a bed that's looking really comfortable right next to me too, as well. Take a mid-afternoon nap and then continue the rest of my day. 5.5 hours of sleep is never enough.
Because you have description, specification, which don't have. U 2022 item. And then our third bit. Right, review. This doesn't look like an expanded section. Instead, it's slightly different. So come back to that. We've got shipping. Shipping info. That's the content for. Delivery. Okay. Interesting. Must have a bug in that somewhere. So description.
Bug, no.
Spec. You. This is hot reload or something. I think I'm not treating the state correctly on hot reload, but that works. All right, and then finally, similar items. We can just reuse our current set of products with the heading, so that should be quite a straightforward thing to do. So let's take that. Add a similar. Yep. Final list. And up to the top. And we'll add them to our list. This is some products. Those products are going to come from our
I can only imagine how much more difficult this would be in a no-code environment.
in no
Trying to
code
get all these little parameters sort of input through a web user interface. Ugh.
Oh, this is what you mean, like a non-IDE interface? You mean like?
Yeah. No coding, or low coding solution, whatever.
Right.
I don't think people understand.
Go on.
I don't think people understand just how many little details you have to get right just to make that show up on the screen, and how every design is different and everything needs to be thought through separately. Although you develop patterns about all this, there's still the meticulousness of what you have to do for each one. So when we say something's going to take a month to produce or 2 months to produce, when people thought it should be done on a Saturday, they're just not getting it. There really is a lot to do all those places. It's not like you're making any dead ends or mistakes and it's still taking you this amount of time to do this.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, I think, it's the thing from a program, right? I'll just put that on the screen, and like someone, you think that way, but it takes longer, right? It always takes longer.
Always, yes. Triple the time and go to the next time unit. So if you think 2 hours, think 6 days.
I mean, the conversely, the thing is, the smaller the job, the more accurate the time is going to be.
True.
Right? That's just another thing that you learn. Why is that not? Import. What did I call this?
Yeah, Marco, like we say, this ain't my first rodeo. I have plenty of experience at underestimating projects. Sorry to say. I think all of us eventually have plenty of experience in underestimating projects.
That is interesting. Context state. So it's saying state has. Okay, it's stateless, right? Yeah. So we actually want, if we want to do this, that. This. Right, so now I can access that. All right, so now we have some products to display. We actually did this, what was it, the size picker thing? Where's that? Here it is. So we want a similar thing to this, so let's copy it. Yeah. Heading. Show or something. Which sure. Show actually do this without the height, and I think that might be a follow-up. I think people find it interesting. Because the thing is, if the font size changes, you want the entire item to grow in height, not be clamped in that size. Right, what do we have on here? So, top 8, bottom 24. That sounds about right. I guess this is... We have a card, so let's padding right and drop all this in favor of I put a sliver where a sliver was not expected. Something like that. I think that's because this requires a sliver.
Yeah, she's
Box
hiding
constraint
a
forces
cable from
infinite
me.
width.
Oh, there it is.
Box constraints.
Okay, Dash, you can go back.
What did I do? Right, let's go up here. So slivers is items, that's correct. Column. This view has got to be this. Inkwell. Stretch aspect ratio 1. Skip rid of the center. Box constraint forces infinite width. Huh. All right, time to go investigate.
Here's a question here. Do you use VMware or VirtualBox or something? Because I can see 2 taskbars.
No, I don't. You can see what 2 taskbars? There's not 2 taskbars. If you think my Windows taskbar is 2 taskbars, it's not, it's 1. Look again.
Okay.
Let's hide that. Oh, sorry.
I just too many drivers.
Let's put this to the side. Yeah, so down here is it's just a double height taskbar. You can make your taskbar double height. For 2 icons. There you go. Simple.
All right. Go ahead. Continue then.
Right.
Ignore the peanut gallery.
Well, we have our size box.
I use an application called Bartender for the Mac that lets me have only the key things up in my actual taskbar thingy. And then all the rest of them are hidden in a second bar that only comes up when I go up and mouse up to the top. It's kind of nice.
You know what it is? Sorry, I just realized the thing.
Go ahead. Yes.
Aspect ratio.
You have the solution.
Yeah, okay. All right, so basically, the layout inside was set to fill the width, but we're placing it horizontally, not vertically. Therefore, it was like, meh.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it didn't like that. So, yeah, we need to give it some sort of something to hang on to. Let's do a 3 by 2. Kind of bigger than that. So. Yeah, this is so much easier when you don't have the. I want these things size will change it there. I think that's close enough right now to what we want.
And pretty slick.
Not bad. There is a weird thing that happens right now because we don't have a. There's a delay when I was going between screens, but it wasn't instantaneous now. It is.
Oh, interesting. Cool.
There's a default duration that it chooses, 300 milliseconds here, and if you don't put a transition in there, well, it's going to pause for 300 milliseconds and kind of.
It seems silly then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I think that's a good place to stop this right now. We got quite a lot done there in terms of doing layouts. I'm liking where we are. Right. There's still quite a lot to be done there, but not today.
Nope.
Nope. Would be nice to try. I'm gonna do one thing here. Slide transition.
Ooh, yeah. Make it move. Make it move.
This is.
Can it spin in? That'd be kind of cool.
A line transition.
That'd be cool.
I remember. Sorry. Yeah, a line transition is maybe that's what I want. And all right, see what happens. So animation. I want to actually control it. We want to control it for the beginning when the animation starts. It's going to be furthest to the right. 1.0, I think, and then we want to end at 1.0. I know, we'll find out. Dot.
-1 going to push it all the way off. Oh, alignment geometry. So, okay. Oh, right. It needs to be like center right and center left or whatever. You could do that.
Yeah. Let's do that. Because I don't. Well, let's just try. I have a feeling it's not going to be because we want it to be further off to the right.
Probably align center. You probably want the end to be in center, though,
right? Let's find out.
Okay, I think it's going to slide it all the way off the page. I could be wrong.
Oh yeah, we need a duration, don't we? Let's
It did it instantly. Woohoo.
Did it? We ended right, so the end must be correct.
Okay. All right.
So let's do 1 second. Let's do it really slowly.
Yep.
So this is going to go in reverse now. Oh.
Huh. It's not doing nothing.
Not doing nothing. What went wrong? Let's find out.
And there's that option, the debugger, to slow animations down by a factor of 5 or something too, right? It's always that.
Sure, but
this isn't doing anything. It's not even slowly doing anything.
I know,
Or quickly doing anything. Are you sure it's being called? Are you sure you're in there? That code there?
Hang on, I'm thinking. Just do slide transition here in a second. With directly with animation. See what we get back.
Yeah.
Position. Oh, then we need I think this position seemed to feel like this was like not child related, so we don't want to go from like 300, right? Like let's do 300 here.
Just part of the Flutter animate package gets us a bit simpler to work this sort of stuff out.
Oh, hang a minute. Are these flipped around backwards? Is that what our problem is?
I think that's what I was trying to say. I think you want to end with it being where it's supposed to be. What? Whoa! What's it doing?
Oh, that seemed to be delayed, but maybe that's because 300 is a long one. Maybe this is. Hang on. Let's see how relative this is. Back. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Okay, so yeah, it's units of this chart size, right? So now, if we were to also fade it in, I think that's another thing we could do, right? Wrap with fades, wrap the internal content with a fade transition.
See, this would be just 3 method calls if you used Flutter animate. It's so much easier.
The whole point of this is not using that, and it's not that.
I know it's not. You're doing it the explicit way with the original tools,
right? And then we could.
Woohoo! That's actually kind of nice. Comes in like a ghost.
I think if that was 300 milliseconds. Let's see. Yeah.
Yep. Cool. Ship it. Ship it.
Could be a. What we don't have here is a curve on this, and it's very linear right now. So there's a way to fix it. You can just do curve animation, parent to your actual animation, and then add our curve in here. I would say. So, let's see. It's a reverse curve, isn't it? Yeah. That would be fast.
And for people who don't know what I mean, there is a package Flutter Animate that is really, really slick for building stuff up like this. So check that out. I just put the URL in the chat.
Oh. That's that. You probably can't tell that on the stream, but that she feels pretty good. And
yeah, it's looking good. It's looking good.
Do
a little bit more fading in and out. Straightening the curves, flattening the hills. Someday the mountain might
that feels good.
on it for will.
We could actually start this at fractionally like half the screen since it's transparent, right? Which is probably less jarring. Except for the reverse needs to leave. Guess I could do my own.
Ease Out Court. What are these names? These are great. Ease Out Expo. I think I went to that expo once. The Ease Out Expo. Big meeting.
Wow, that's too quick.
There was a page somewhere that had all those curves demonstrated. Was that?
Yeah, it's on the it's on the documentation.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And then we could actually.
Ah, yes. I'll post this in the chat here. This page has all the different curves and what they look like. It's cool. With translation, rotation, scale, and opacity, illustrating each of those with each of the curves. That's some cool API documentation. You don't get that in a printed book.
Can't buy that for $1.
Only on the web. Only on the web.
All right. I don't know what I'm doing here now. I'm just fiddling around.
You're messing with it.
I'm messing with it.
My earbuds will be dead in another 20 minutes. So
all right, that's it. That's the end.
20 minutes.
Let's
Okay,
wrap it up.
there we go.
All right, let's code it on that, I think.
All right, so we'll be back next week in 164 hours.
Sure. I've lost
And
track.
you answer the question about whether it's tomorrow or the next day or whatever the two dates are that's on the website.
Tomorrow. Thursday.
It's definitely tomorrow, regardless of the two dates you must have seen.
But I don't know what website did you go to? I want to know because
let's see here. Who was it that brought that up? No, let's see. Train of Thought. Where are the two dates for this?
What website are you looking at? Because I'm looking at the actual official website right now, and it's got Thursday.
Okay. Well, he just said take care of you guys, but I don't know if he means he's left and now won't answer the very question we addressed him.
Well, if anyone's interested, this is the.
I got it in the email. Apparently, the email is different.
Oh, it might be that the email. So there's one kickoff event, and then Saturday is the session one, and then it'll be Thursday, Saturday throughout the entire month, basically. I'll check the email and calendar is only tomorrow, right? On the calendar event, so yeah.
Okay.
Don't do that
anyway,
make me think.
Cleared that up.
Yeah, no, it should be correct.
Cool. I'm either going to head to bed or head off and get a big lunch and then go to bed. One of the two. So it's a good session again. We had some good questions earlier in the show, and you got some good coding in there. I want your library. Please publish it soon. That's in a gist too. That one library.
Yeah. So it's if you want the common stuff, it's in Flutter Tips and Tricks repo at the moment on my GitHub.
Oh, okay, cool.
So you can go grab it from there.
Awesome.
All right,
awesome.
Let's round it up and say goodbye. See you Wednesday next week or
everybody.
tomorrow if you're on the
on
the thing. Bye.
Yep. Bye.
Oh, wrong button.
Eventually.